try to get these dresses on their two other teammates here. They're just trying to stay alive now as all of Dope are deciding to be aggressive here. Here we go. Casper even going for some flushes too. All of them are behind the building. So good. Yeah, unfortunately, Flash just got a little bit too close to WALLSTREETBETS, but Casper made it flawlessly. And Illusion clearly doesn't have a vehicle. No way. Big nade coming through. Casper.
And that should be it.
No way! No, it's not! No, it's not! He steps on up, and now it is.
That really cost them everything. Luckily for them, they still managed to keep 3 players up, and they can play the rest of the game. To be honest with you, Span, because this area of the map and the way these circles are shifting, I have not seen this before, but Execute, it is not going to bother them as they continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Week 2, Day 3 of the PMPL NA Spring Split 2023. My name is Sin Worlds Gaming. I'm going to be your host. I couldn't be doing this by myself, so let me bring in my amazing analyst, Cameron Davis. Cameron, how was your day off?
It was absolutely fantastic. I'm that guy. It's me, Cammy D. There it is. Follow that ad.
Yes.
It's the best click you'll ever make in your entire life.
It is. And also, if you follow him on Instagram, you'll also learn how to rock climb. I'm trying to get some lessons here as well. But before we dive into all of that, let me give a quick shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Cam, the teams have also gotten a day off. They have gotten a chance to, you know, maybe do some VOD reviews. Before I'm gonna step out of what we're actually gonna do. I'm gonna put you on the spot real quick. Any teams, as we pull up the overall, any teams that you think might surprise us today?
Golden Eagles, I think. I hope.
Yes.
I mean, I hope. That's honestly, oh man, that's kind of like a reverse answer because they surprised us earlier this week by not performing up to expectations 2 days in a row. So, and at this point, like I'm off. I can't be riding that train anymore because 2 days is enough for me to just bail. I'm fickle like that. But you know, maybe they'll finally come back and realize what their problems were.
Okay, well, I'm barely hanging on to that train from Golden Eagles, but let's talk about the train from Hyper because they have been on an absolute tear. At least the first 2 days, improving their performances. They're currently sitting at the top with a 21-point lead over Execute.
Yeah, a really, really good lead there. And Hyper, the one team of note that has been consistent across Phase 1 and Phase 2, Week 1 and Week 2. Just call it weeks. They call it phases here, but just call it weeks because like so much of the middle pack has been up and down. I mean, I guess you could look at the bottom pack, but let's not kick them while they're down. They're already too low as it is. We don't want to make it worse for them. But like we see YKG that are still doing good, but not as good. Execute didn't have a good Week 1, but that was performing great. Chosen started off this Week 4, but are getting back into Week 1 form. So by the end of this week, maybe things will have equalized a lot more. But the one thing that we know for sure is that Hyper is going to be in the lead.
Yeah, I was reading some troll stuff on the social medias with the hashtag PMPL NA. They were saying, YKG's watch. Relax. It's just 2 days into Week 2, and they're currently in third place.
What?
Exactly. So for everybody saying that out there, I'm watching you.
You're washed.
Okay, I'm gonna tell him, Cam. Tell him a team that's actually not washed that's been able to improve on their performance too. The Chosen currently in 4th place with 62 points, and you know what? A big surprise for me and a nice little bounce back since we're talking about the Golden Eagles has to be WALLSTREETBETS. WALLSTREETBETS now putting themselves in a 5th spot after having a horrible end to Week 1 and not the best desire on day 1 of Week 2.
Yeah, but when you look at where they got their points from, it sort of paints a bit of a different picture. Only 21 elimination points. They just coasted along on placements, which is good if you can do it consistently. I want to see if they can do that for the rest of this weekend or if they can pick up the elimination points.
Yeah, we're going to keep going down here. MEZEXIS Esports, the team that was usually towards the top of the 5, currently 9th place, you know, not what we expected out of MEZEXIS. A big surprise for me because they have not been performing the way we saw them perform in that Week 1. And I'm going to keep going down the list. The Panthers, a big surprise too. I expected this team to be at least in the top 10. Yes, they are currently in the top 12, but I expect a lot more from the Panthers. And the team that's been so allergic to the placement points ended up after 2 days with 7 placement points. That's right, I'm talking about PUPPETEER. They did end up losing on the amount of ALMs that they were getting in Week 1, but I think that team is currently trying to find that happy place, trying to find a good marriage between those placement points and the ALM points.
Or the other story, The other story is that once they reach their cap, they're out. So placement points are just not a consideration for them at all. And on the few rounds that they're not able to get any elimination points early on, they're sort of required to soak those placements in order to get those elims.
We did learn their trick, right? As we're seeing the bottom of the groups here, you were talking about Golden Eagles, NA, and all of those teams. You did, at one point, I think it was day 2, you ended up choosing Puppeteer. They had 0 elims, and we're actually choosing them, if I'm not mistaken, to like win the game or end up in the top 3. And I think you found the hack to that team, because if they do end up with 0 elims in the top 5 situation, more than likely, they might actually get the win.
Yeah, exactly. So if there's a coach out there, if there's an analyst out there, what they need to do, or even just a shot caller for the Puppeteers, what they need to do is say, listen, guys, early game, we just want to avoid everyone. It's like come up with a strategic reason for it, something that evokes the emotions in your team, and trick them into not fighting early on, and that's how you'll get those placement points. Trust me. So
a player from Puppeteer is just gonna be having somebody. Okay, can I shoot him now, coach? Is it okay if I get this elimination?
Like, no. This is not the right time. Not the right time. You see, the stars and like the coordination of the moon, and well, you know, if you shoot them at this distance, you gotta wait for the gun needs some time to charge up its powers. Like, listen, it was a patch that they just dropped. It was a secret patch notes. Don't worry, I got the in on this. At this range, you will not do enough damage, but if you wait 5 minutes, you'll be able to, you'll do good.
A team that is taking fights, whether it's 5 minutes, whether it's 1 minute, whether it doesn't matter the minute, okay? It's going to be EnHyper, and we saw them there at the top. And we kind of want to compare how they're doing against YKG, because this was a big rivalry. Remember, in regards to stats, EnHyper was leading them, but YKG was above them. But look at this stats right here. EnHyper's now leading them in the stats and also the leaderboard. Yeah,
YKG, they slipped down a little bit as well. Week 1 was strictly about placement points for the separation, and actually it was a 20-point separation, if you remember, or 25 between YKG and EnHyper. And both of these teams actually have even better numbers this week, even with YKG's sort of, I don't want to say slip, because they're still performing amazingly well, but just not as well as EnHyper. But EnHyper are just shooting ahead. Just for a reminder, week 1, EnHyper had 1440 damage, 6.45 average eliminations. YKG had 1275 average damage, 6.4 average elimination. So you can see both of them, the numbers just keep going up. The problem is EnHyper's number is not stopping. There is no cap on that, it seems, so far.
Yeah, they currently have 0 ceiling. The thing that teams have to kind of maybe be happy about in a way is that in week 1, after day 2, EnHyper did slow down in regards to the wins. They only ended up getting 1 win, especially after day 1. So we'll see what kind of EnHyper we're going to be getting here today on day 3. And for the rest of the weekend, I am excited to see how they're going to continue to perform. Another team that actually has been performing quite well, and you mentioned them when we saw the overall, was Execute. I mean, this team has been able to improve and improve in an insane way. And I'm going to start talking about the placement points. In week 1, after 2 days, they only have 15 placement points. Already, in week 2, after 2 days, they have 35. They have been able to double that. And a big thing that we have seen with this team, with Execute, is when Tensa came in, we saw them become a little bit more passive and try to push more towards that final circle.
Yeah, and it's definitely worked out for them, because you can see the even average survival time is higher than EnHyper. Even though EnHyper does have the 2 wins for this week, Execute are getting more consistently later on in the round, which, even though we know that jump from 2nd to 1st is really, really big, so that, if you can get a lot of wins, that makes up for going out earlier as well, if you're sort of feast famine like that. But Execute, they're showing a good consistency. And you want to talk about their growth? Their week 1 stats were looking 693 average damage, 4.15 average elimination. So their growth is even higher, at least on the damage side, than even EnHyper, even though the eliminations, EnHyper are still way too far ahead to make that comparison just yet. But Execute definitely looking really, really good. We called them to perform very, very well. I actually called them to win this entire season at the very beginning of this event. Started to get worried about that, started to sweat, but seeing them in the mix and seeing us get a 3-way race, at least for this week, is looking very, very exciting.
It really is, and I'm excited to see what kind of team we're going to be seeing, because we also saw flashes of Tensa starting to wake up. He was able to start putting some good points for his team as well, whether it was Ilims or whether it was that support damage that his team might need it. And also Fate started performing really well too, which was, I'm so happy that he's continuing on his form from the full season last year. I know I mentioned that before, but I just want to highlight that because this is a veteran player, and for him to continue to perform like that is quite impressive. Another team that's actually been able to improve on their performance is going to be none other than Excuse. This team was able to get a chicken dinner camp. Now, when we look at all the stats from Excuse here, you know what? Average it down and talk about this, and then I'll tell you my point afterwards.
Yeah, so left is week 1, right is week 2. So again, we're seeing a lot of growth from a number of these different teams. We're picking the teams that have a lot of growth. If you want to go through a bunch of other teams that they're showing the opposite of this, but we want to celebrate the positives, right? Excuse looking really, really good on the damage, on the elimination, still nowhere near what we see from the top 3 teams, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. The one problem that I have, and I apologize if I'm stepping on your point, is that yes, they have 25 kills in 8 games, 3.13 average eliminations. That's solid. That's a good middle ground, right? But 21 placement points.
Yes.
With 1 win.
Yes.
That means almost half of their placement points are from 1 round. That shows a big flaw in their ability to get consistent placement points, because if you're relying on those wins, unless you have higher damage and higher eliminations, they're really not going to happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember earlier when I said my amazing analyst? See, it's like we're twins. He's in New York, I'm in Texas, and we're thinking about the exact same thing. That was the major thing that I wanted to point out with this team. I mean, the placement points, for them to have that many, you just mentioned it too, from 1 win and then not being able to follow it up. I would like to see what they're going to be doing when they don't get a win. I mean, it's going to be very difficult, I would say.
Yeah, and you want another piece of make this hot take even better. Excuse have, even with the increased elimination count, it's lower than their 8th place right now. It is lower on average eliminations than week 1's 8th place elimination count, which shows that the sort of point sponging that we're seeing from the top, especially on Hyper, it's making it harder for those middle pack teams to get the eliminations. So yeah, sure, you can say that it doesn't matter as long as your placement, you're still delivering. That's the important part. But I still don't want us to run ahead with too much celebration just yet, because on like the actual leaderboard position looks better with what these numbers actually are.
Yes, you said it best. I mean, in Hyper right now with the performance that they're having, the top 3 teams too. And I mean, talking about top 3 teams, we're going to talk about the 4th team, the Chosen. They've been able to continue on that great performance that we saw at the end of week 1, now pushing into week 2. And a big player that I want to talk about is going to actually be Anying. This player was able to get an MVP in week 1, and he has continued to put up great numbers. I mean, week 1, he had 33 eliminations. So far this week, after 2 days, he's currently at 15. So if I'm doing the math right, he should be averaging a lot more. He should be getting a lot more than 33 at the end of this week. And we are getting closer to that halfway point. We will be hitting that halfway point of the PMPL today.
Yeah, I think Anying even got a MVP on, what was it, Tuesday, the start of this week as well. Yeah, so again, very, very good, at least individual solo performance. Seeing a lot of lower numbers, though, on the team, which makes me worried that this is more of a one-man army or even a 2-man army. See the 2 on the left, than it is an entire squad. And you want to see that really get evened out, especially over the course of the 15 games, well, 12 games that this team has over this weekend for a full team effort. But they're looking very, very similar to how they did on week 1. If I remember correctly, they didn't start off this week particularly great. They run into a lot of struggles. You actually see them in a lot of really weird, sketchy situations. There is a moment on Vikendi that I'm remembering the most from earlier this week that was, it was an interesting engagement for a solo player, and it looked exciting, but as far as what it meant for an overall team effort in that round was a little concerning. So if they can wrap that up and make those chaotic situations a lot more clean and just get a lot more control in their spacing and their positioning, I hope to see a lot more come out of them, and we might even see them even step up and challenge and Hyper YKG execute.
Yeah, and for one thing, we've been giving Anying a lot of love. I do have to give Subbig some love, too. We have seen him perform really well. We saw the stats right there. I mean, averaging 1.75 as well with a bunch of damage. I feel like for this team, what they need is they need for everybody to start averaging at least 1 elimination per match. We were talking about it over the weekend. We were talking about it previously, too, saying how every team needs to have somebody that can frag out. And that somebody has to be everybody in the team. It cannot just be that one person. But ladies and gentlemen, let us know who you're looking for to actually do good here today. Make sure you use the hashtag PMPL NA while you're at it. Follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to YouTube. I am going to be trying to go to the YouTube channel and see who gets the prediction right. And I'm actually going to be switching it up. I'm not going to be doing like the winner. I might be throwing some curveballs here and there. I think you're going to help me come up with some of the questions.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
I got some weird ones. I can give you.
Yes. All right. So be ready, everybody on YouTube chat. By the way, you guys can get a chance to win 600 UC. If you have not already, go to the Instagram, Esports PUBG Mobile NA. Make sure you do what this picture is telling you right here. All you have to do is just leave a comment, and you can actually get a chance to win those 600 UC. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's right.
There it is.
Look at that, baby. You can actually get a chance to win right now. 600 UC. Oh, hands up. Yeah, hands up.
Don't worry. I saw yours moving. I don't. You're good.
Okay.
Hey, whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Thank you. Benefits of having 4 kids. You know, I don't have to type in the code.
Dave.
Oh, okay. By the way, since Dave is here, hold on. Show me the talent predictions, because I think today is the day that Dave breaks his streak, and I think he's gonna go 5 for 5. I'm
5 for 5.
5 for 5.
7. You are setting this man up for failure if you say 5 for 5.
I'm setting him up for success. Hutchins did.
No. He's got more than 0. We want to celebrate that. Like, let's just take baby steps. 5 for 5. Come on.
I think fine. I'm gonna lower my standards. I'm gonna lower my hopes and dreams right here. I'm gonna say he's gonna end at a solid 30%. That's optimistic, right, Cam? Yeah.
Well, because percentages will increase, like, will change by a lower amount the further in we get. So I don't actually, that might still actually be 5 for 5.
I was hoping I would be able to get you on this one. Let us know. By the way, for everybody watching, please let us know how your predictions are doing too. Remember, use that hashtag PMPL NA. But let's look at the schedule for today. Let's see what match we're going to be looking at. We're going to be playing, because if I'm not mistaken, I think we're starting off the day. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, Cam, but first game of the day is going to be Sanhok, baby.
There is no better way to wake up these squads. You want to get in the action? You want to, like, you don't need to warm up. You got Sanhok, baby.
And I'm kind of glad the Golden Eagles is going to be sitting now, but I know who's going to be waking people up is going to be none other than Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Take it away, guys. I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
Let's go, baby! We're starting off with Sanhok. Dave, are you hyped as much as I am? Let's go. That's correct.
I know you mentioned Miramar being
Dave,
your favorite, but Sanhok,
dude,
my favorite here, Hot Jukes.
Sanhok is where it is at, Dave. I know you are as excited as I am, as we're ready to get match number 1 going. It's Sanhok. This is my favorite map rotation, Dave.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. It is it's a great start to the day. So I just picture these players, they're sleeping, they got a roommate who just splashes ice cold water on their face just to get the day going, if you know what I'm saying, Hot Juke. So that's exactly what this map does for me here today. I'm feeling good. The teams are probably feeling good to get it going, get it rolling here on this Sanhok map to start day number Friday today. Whatever number it is, we're starting it, all right?
Well, let's get it going here, man. You can see YKG dropping dead center into boot camp. The Panthers over there at Paradise Resort. This is just the good old-fashioned Sanhok. Man, I'll tell you what. The reason I was so excited is because this is my favorite map rotation, hands down. Like, starting off with Sanhok, just chaos off the rip. A nice little Erangel sandwich in the center, and then you finish things off in the desert. This is what this is all about, Dave. I think you're in for a treat. You're in for a treat.
I'm in for the treat. Thanks.
Are we in for a cave finish?
It's in it. It's in it. K19 probably have their fingers crossed that it continues to shift down there in the south. That way they can hold that one down for themselves. We got Wanted Vigilantes up there to the north. We got BOPE up there. SLR. We kind of saw a glimpse of light from them the day before. That was one of those squads that we mentioned. Definitely a team that ramps up as the evening progresses. So We'll keep tabs on them. Okay, week 2, day 3. Yeah, there it is. I was confused with the day off, but I knew I was close enough here. Match 1, day 3, week 2 / phase 2, depending on what you want to call it. But skills of mind.
Bomba.
Kind of similar to SLR, a team that just ramps up.
No.
Use that time to ramp up here. Starting on Sanhok. Starting with the Vespa.
Dude, Rosh just chilling on a Vespa, driving down, enjoying the day. It's like it's the start of a new day here. Let's just go cruise down Sanhok. And Bomba just piecing him up little by little. Oh! Nice little ride he is getting right now. What strategy, what chapter would that be in, Dave? The Book of Sanhok, right? What chapter is
riding Vespas?
Riding on the back of a Vespa with your teammate. What chapter would that be in?
Well, it's not a chapter unless you got 2 of those vehicles. You know, you got to have at least 2 squad mates on a Vespa on the back seat just to intimidate the opponents. And what you want to do is you want to get in those Vespas and just roll up to boot camp like you own the place, knock on the door, and kick out YKG, one of the top contenders in the lobby. There's no better way to start the day than rolling up on a Vespa for a squad wipe arena.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. Talking about other things here. Phoenix Esports. If you don't mind, Jukes.
What happened? What did give me the word? Did you talk to Phoenix?
Mm-hmm. Yep, sure did.
Who'd you talk to?
Sure did. Diamonds. Talking to Diamonds. So this one's a big one because this team is new, okay? And what they've also recently implemented is a coach. They brought on a coach 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
that's big news. That's big
huge
news. So they told me the coach has been helping them fix their team comms and game mechanics and just all around decision making on when to take the fight, when to make the push, when to hold back, defend. And I love that we are getting this nice glimpse of them right now in our feed, as they did take some shots on Puppeteer. But what are your thoughts? I mean, bringing in a coach, brand new team, like for me, it's just up from here.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm glad that they did it this early on, right? I would have loved to have seen them do it even a little earlier. But heck, you don't know how you're going to fare in this tournament until you at least go through a nice week of games. So the fact that they're active enough to say, hey, you know what we're doing right now isn't cutting it. Okay, we got to make some changes. We got to start adapting a little bit. Let's hire a coach, get some information, try something different. And honestly, week 2 is that time. Okay, because yeah, like we may see YKG, we may see Hyper bust out, you know, these 40-point bonus points, which is huge. But at the same time, anything can happen in the finals, right?
Yeah.
So if you're going to go right now and just start making those adjustments, cleaning up those comms, getting those team fights going, it's all about getting it done in the finals. And driving across in a straight line, no serpentine, Blinky gone out of here.
Ooh, so close. But yeah, I agree with you. Now's the time to make that change and adding a coach to the team. That's a huge change, but we'll get back to that because Team Mobility Craze doing some scouting over here, question mark. Gonna be pulling up on excuse and, well, almost paying the price of their life here. Let's see what Trey can do.
Come on, Trey. I got a chance to talk to Trey yesterday, as a matter of fact. I talked to a lot of the players. Hopefully we'll see some of those interviews. I'm not trying to spoil anything.
Spoilers.
I'm not trying to spoil anything, but my man Trey, I actually played with Trey back in the Savage Heart days.
Mm-hmm.
Way back in the day. This man has been around for a long time, right? He's been around for a long time, has a lot of passion for this game. He did say that with this squad, you know, there has been a lot of different problems they're going through, you know, availability issues, things like that. But they have seemed to have gotten it sorted out recently. So they're just trying to find that good, consistent level of gameplay and just put those numbers on the board. And I'm hoping to see them, you know, have a better start after this game. Because Sanhok, anything can happen. Hopefully they can just shake it off and get those points. They need them.
Yeah, they need to shake off something because Craze pushing the excuse compound blindly right there, getting taken out. And then we saw right here, they're down to just a duo up close and personal with skills of mind. So, of course, this is Sanhok. You know, it is a high potential risk for getting involved in getting nice and sloppy early on. That's exactly what's happening to that team in particular. But you got to look at it from this. We talk about this often. It's game one. Your team has been practicing, scrimming, warming up all day, Hot Jukes. Then you jump into the first game, the competitive match of the evening, and you lose 2 or 3 right out the rip early on. The mental for the rest of the games throughout that day, that's like one of those things that we always talk about and look for in teams, like their ability to just let it roll off, let it not get in the way of the game plan for the rest of the evening. That's going to be a test that I want to see from Team Mobility now, because they already lost too early, man. Not looking too good in this game. Hopefully it doesn't affect them in the games moving forward.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was also talking to White Elegy from Super Lazy Reflex. He said himself that that's one thing that they've been working on is, you know, when they don't have a good game, just leave it until the game is done. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you have a bad mid-game or early game and you want to complain and you want to just bicker a little bit, but hey, work still needs to get done. So let's just pause it for now, wait till the end of the game, even the end of the day sometimes, and then start making some corrections from there. But looking to see how they do.
Whoa.
Kindness under the bridge. Long shots downrange. Illusion got peppered up a little bit as he is taking a look in this direction. I'll tell you what, when you get shot like that from that range, you have a good idea of who it is shooting at you.
Yeah, it's only honestly either N-Hyper or YKG. There's only 2 options in my book. And looking at this, Kindness talking about being on the money, on the mark. This is the 3rd grenade. The 3rd attempt is going to be getting shot from across the way.
Got him!
But Kindness not letting this point slip out of their grasp here this early on.
Look at this. This is ridiculous. I mean, K19 is so far away from this fight, and they're going to lose 2 this early on. That is brutal. Yeah, now in Hyper, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just going to be like, hey, let's just push this up and clean them up. Get these points. That's
easy
brutal.
Points, easy dubs. And yeah, kind of just back to that topic, just we overlook, you know, a lot of times we watch the games and we're like, oh, this player, they pop off, they're amazing.
Oh my gosh.
They got the gun skills. But a real team, a good team, they got the skills in game and out of game. And one of the most overlooked skills is that mental aspect and being able to not tilt here, especially game number 1. So we'll be looking at that here today, because I think that's a relevant topic as we're looking at K19 now. Just getting shredded here very early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's N-Hyper is just showing, man, their experience at this level. I mean, for most people, if you're just tuning in for the first time, right, if you're not really used to watching a lot of competitive PUBG Mobile, there's usually always that one IGL. It's called that in-game leader, the person who's telling everybody else on the squad where to go, just kind of guiding everybody, right? Well, N-Hyper, they're at a level to where now they basically have 4 IGLs, okay? They all know where they need to be. They don't need to be micromanaged. At that point, when you have 4 people thinking the same thing, then you can have a player who's not normally what you would consider your IGL making calls for the other squad, telling them, hey, this player could be here, could be there. And they just spread out and just dominate. And I think that's why we just seen them have so much success right there. I mean, they just literally picked K19 apart.
Yeah, they're definitely becoming a lot more comfortable with this lobby as they start to feel out their opponents and the other teams, maybe less experience. You know, this might be their first time competing at this level in PMPL. So they are going to be taking advantage of that here. But you also have to remember what Shifan was telling us last week is that the team's also trying to focus up on the bigger picture here and not become overly aggressive. Because they're preparing for the Worlds. But we'll get back to that, because the Chosen, talking about a team that has been improving day after day. The Chosen, when we saw them 2 days ago, they were popping off. I had them pegged to win one of the games here. And now it looks like they are going to be squaring up against N-Hyper. They'll love to see it, Hot Jukes. But Sup Pig on that extremely far off angle in the blue has me concerned right now.
Sup Pig cannot get knocked. Oh, Gaji, he's got a buggy. One of the deadliest mans with the buggy with a beautiful rotation. And now he has that huge angle onto N-Hyper. Here comes Stellar pressing up with a DBS. That smoke eliminates Gaji's angle, though. Where's the rest of the squad? Anying following up with a nice pre-fire, should catch kindness, passes him kindness, says, I'm taking out Q first, and then you later, baby. Let's go.
Wow. On Ying. Okay. Respect. Ridden. Got that heal off at the very last moment right there. Was able to continue to survive. It's going to be stuck behind this boulder, trying to go for that retaliation play. It's going to be blowing up a vehicle. But going back to Suppig. Suppig was in the blue, but their angle was huge because that angle, that oversight position that Suppig was holding down on the beach, on the shorelines, that allowed their teammates to use the beach, like we saw, to make that push with the vehicle, knowing that they're covered from across the way. So that takes some solid team comps right there to pull off, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir. Indeed it does. And that's 3 eliminations on the top squad in the lobby. So if you're the Chosen, you got to be feeling good going into this. And that's all Anying. Anying has definitely been just a massive standout player for this team. You know, Gaji, Suppig, Stellar, also great. At the same time, though, man, this guy, when he is on fire, you got to be careful.
Yeah, and you love to see it too, because we mentioned Gaji is expected to go to PEL next season, so you kind of want to see the other squad mates start to pop off and come to form as well, so that when Gaji is not on the team anymore, they're not done. You know, they're not just a fish flopping without the water. So love to see other players stepping up from that team. Keeps me very hopeful for the future. But let's check in Wanted Vigilantes and BOPE right now.
Oh, it looks like Rin is catching a lot of the Chosen. I believe that's a double knock from Rin. Finish onto Anying and finish onto Gaji. So, and Hyper Rin, not happy with what had just happened to his teammates, takes out 2 from the Chosen by himself.
Yeah, and look at that map. It looks like the Chosen were prioritizing the circle, the zone with that shift, and they were actually making their approach up north, and Rin backstabbed them as they were leaving. So Rin holding down the 4 in the back lines with the backstab play was a huge come up here, Hot Jukes, for them.
Oh, massive. I mean, to be able to take at least 2 extra points is going to help them out with how they finish this match. Let's see what Wanted Vigilantes is up to. Right now, looking so far, YKG in a great spot. WALLSTREETBETS also in an excellent position. SLR on the outside are going to have to hold it down, but it's going to be hard because MEZEXIS is pushing up on them. We can see that in the feed.
A lot of action happening all over the place here on this Sanhok map. It is to be expected. WALLSTREETBETS in the zone. A nice position, power position down there in the south at those crossroads. YKG up in the north. They are going to need to watch out. 360 here. Wanted Vigilantes piling on in. SLR piling in. A lot of squads going to be utilizing this northeast side to make their approach into the zone. And we can see right here, Chico overlooking that northeast hilltop, that crest that we just saw Zed get taken down at.
Yeah, this is a tough position because it's really difficult to rotate to that hard shift side of the zone with just how the current lay of the land is. Chico's doing a good job right now of just applying some pressure. This is a nice little boot camp near finish, so YKG are going to be feeling really good considering that they got pretty blessed when it comes to the zone. But they still have to defend it. Look at this. Here comes BOPE on that third party. Wow, Wanted Vigilantes, you got to check your back before you look inwards.
Yeah, Wanted Vigilantes kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, literally, because if they make their approach down that hill, YKG are looking at them, and then right behind them, now BOPE making that push. So this is going to be a good opportunity for YKG to third party anybody that they see over here. But now here comes the Panthers getting involved in the mix as well, Hot Jukes.
Tronics just barely surviving by 1 HP there. BOPE with a full set now. They are splitting up, though, into too many different players. But Hot Zada says, don't worry, buddy. I got you with that S12K. Looking to clean things up in the close quarters. Panthers do get eliminated as well. Still 12 teams remaining, and this one's going to be chaotic. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 4 teams left after the zone.
Yeah, bunch of teams still in it here, just trying to survive. A lot of solos, a lot of duos, as we see BOPE, 2 of their members on their knees, bleeding on out. Phoenix down here with Execute. They're about to square up as well. Next circle pops. WALLSTREETBETS still big chilling in the south for the time being. So only 2 teams in this new zone for now. one of the teams in compounds looking out their windows, looking for those sight lines, and meanwhile the other team, YKG, up in the north, being very active on the hunt, on the move here, looking for some elim points. A huge difference between the two teams that are in the zone right now, night and day, when it comes to strategy right now.
100%. Let's see how these squads are looking to get into this zone. Phoenix all the way at the bottom with WALLSTREETBETS camping them out. Oh my gosh, they're gonna have to use, I hope that coach gave him some tips on this one, because this is gonna be a tough push.
SLR doing phenomenal here so far. 6 elims. 6 elims, still 4 up, as we are going to be tuning in with them to see their approach here on this east side. They do have a couple wanted vigilantes, 1 solo from BOPE, but my main concern are those 2 solos behind them. They need to be cautious. They need to make sure they're not going to be backstabbed here. Got a solo from Puppeteers and a solo from Skills of Mine, who are most likely going to be making their way in right behind SLR. So hopefully they're aware, man. It comes down to map knowledge. We already see a smoke coming out from one of them, trying to protect that angle from behind. So you love to see it from SLR.
Peekaboo!
SLR, yeah, SLR, they're on another level right here. Jukes, Sanhok might have been their map to start the day.
Yep, Sanhok is the map where we've seen them take out teams early on, yet struggle in other ones. But, I mean, hey, everybody seems to be on the SLR train right here except Cameron Davis picking YKG. Can't say that's a bad pick at all. Look at their position. But, man, with a nice knock on to Joey to open things up, SLR is not looking too bad, but they can't focus on too much. They need to focus on one squad at a time here, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like they did lose one in the process here. Still going to be tunnel vision onto wanted vigilantes in that shack right beneath them, but 24K, talking about tunnel vision, 24K has their number in their pocket, prone right there on that boulder, just waiting for that perfect opportunity, that perfect shot to just let that one rip here. Intel is everything right now, Hot Jukes.
This is a tough zone right here. This is a tough zone because SLR has to decide, do we go for zone priority or do we hold out on top of this hill and try to clean out some other squads? Looks like YKG is going to go for the former here, and I can't say I blame them. SLR could win this game if they play it right, but instead they're taking a lot of time just waiting and trying to camp out these 2 eliminations. That's just one of those bets you have to make. Hopefully it pays off for them.
Yeah, it looks like Peekaboo was trying to hold out to the last moment until the duo from Wanted Vigilantes pop out, so that way they don't get backstabbed in the process on that reposition here. But Papa Blue does hurt at this point in the game. We're going to be running out of ammo,
finish.
But we took him out. We took him out. SLR coming out on top of that one. 9 elims. That's equivalent to almost a first place finish right now. Remember, 10 points is for that first place spot. So SLR already feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, so they made the bet, right? You have to decide. Do you want to go for zone and prioritize it, or do you want to get those elimination points? They went for the elimination points, but now they are getting side hit hard from Bomba on that big off angle. And wow, Peekaboo, I mean, where's your teammate? Your teammate should have told you were getting shot from there.
Yikes.
Instead, they lose 2 players just like that. I mean, hey, Dave.
Yeah.
You got to make that decision. And they went for eliminations, and now they're paying for it.
Yeah, talking about the decisions, SLR going for that decision for elim points. Meanwhile, YKG went for that decision to reposition, right? We saw them in the bikes, and now they are dead center. They got vision on everything right now, Hot Jukes. They got some hard cover to work with, and right there we can see them angles. The heads-up play to reposition for that center paying off as they did get the final SLR member.
You got to pre-fire that tree, though. You got to shoot for that smoke. It doesn't hurt, right? You just shoot near it, you hit somebody, you get a hit marker, that's a finish. And an extra point on the board for them. But YKG choosing position over everything, and they are dead center of this match. Bomba most likely going to go out to blue zone, but instead, Foresight said, I'm going to take that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And remember, we were talking about YKG and Fierce. Fierce is going to be out this weekend due to travel, and we were kind of joking about the bench player coming in hot. I don't know. If they get a couple chickens today, I'm going to be a little worried for Fierce, but that's another topic for another day as we look for WALLSTREETBETS to square up here. A 4v4 for game number 1. WALLSTREETBETS, they do have the high ground. They're going to be overlooking the compound right now. Somewhat split. They're just trying to gather this intel. Joey, though. Joey's position could be huge behind these boulders We're going to see that smoke blocking the sight lines right there through the crevices. But Joey knows. Joey knows that there's going to be at least one opponent right up that hill.
Yeah, so really good for Wall Street Bets on having vision, but they do not have the circle. So they have to watch out. Joey putting that smoke there lets him know he's there, but Forsyth with a great shot on a G-Wound. YKG, all they have to do is play keep away. DO9 with a beautiful knock. That's going to open things up. And those smokes perfectly placed to allow him to run up and cause some issues. Nice pre-fire there for 24K. Gotta watch out for those nades, though.
DBS?
Big shots.
DBS? There's one.
Got him.
One more, right, from YKG. Up there. Chico, little 1v1 action over here. Strafing back and forth on the tree. Wall Street Bets trying to clean this one up, Hot Jukes.
This is Wall Street Bets' game to win right now. It's all up to Forsyth. D's gonna eat some blue zone, though. That's gonna hurt. Forces him out. And now it's gonna be a 1v2. DBS versus DBS. Ooh, this nade could be dangerous if he decides to throw it out that window. Oh, he throws it out the wrong one.
Nice molly right there to buy some time to allow them to pop out the compound. D going to continue to throw these grenades. Going for that drop shot. Look for that intel. Looking for them toes. But Frosty
what a
off
shot!
guard right there in the 2v1.
Beautifully done.
Wall Street Bets, baby. Who picked Wall Street Bets? Who picked them? Somebody picked them.
No, sir. Hopefully somebody in the chat did, because it wasn't one of us here on the desk. That was a beautiful finish there from Wall Street Bets. I like that play. I mean, Forsyth realized, like, hey, positionally, I'm in big trouble. They're already about to get this reset. Let's just try to get at least another point here. But at the end of the day, a nice little headshot with that DBS looking upwards to finish the game off. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and I like before that final play happened, I like how we had like two individual 1v1s happening, and we had a 1v1 out there on the hills, in the trees, in the grass between the boulders, and then D up close and personal in that 1v1 trying to clear out that building, that compound right there. I mean, the pressure, I can only imagine right there in that late game for, I think, Wall Street Bets in particular, because they really needed a dub to really feel good coming into the next 3 days here, in my opinion, Hot Jukes.
Absolutely. So 10 eliminations for them, a whole bunch for Super Lazy Reflex as well. It's good to see them start things off strong. Still a lot more action up ahead, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Such a cool video, but you know what was cooler? WALLSTREETBETS being able to actually come
Yeah.
out with that win in Sanhok. I think we both thought, I don't want to speak for you, Cam, but I thought YKG was going to come out with that win. Did you?
I too, yeah. I thought YKG was in a really good position. I picked them to have the highest kills because, especially on Sanhok, I heavily favor defenders because you just can't count on, especially when we saw what SLR were on that eastern side, you can't count on them being able to survive all of that. And YKG, they defended fairly well, but then that last final fight, just bit by bit, piece by piece, WALLSTREETBETS took them apart one at a time.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see a pattern with YKG that we're not going to tell you guys yet because we want to get more info on it, but it does involve Joy, so that's a little hint right there. But the way SLR being able to put up 9 elims, I thought the team would have been able to get a little bit more placement points, but I was quite disappointed at the teamwork. It seems like they just weren't really reacting to where some of the other players were getting knocked and actually eliminated. And some of the other players were just not pre-firing, as Hodgix was saying. It was a bit disappointing to me.
Yeah, if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, Sanhok is incredibly information sparse and like can be very chaotic at times. So if there's one map that you can understand more than the others of being confused on like where shots are coming from, where footsteps are, it would be Sanhok. But for sure, that is definitely something that hopefully should be tightened up in the future.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll give you that one. It is Sanhok. I love the madness in it. MEZEXIS was able to get at least 3 eliminations out of that madness. The Chosen, too. They were able to get 3 massive eliminations on NHyper, and I think we might get a chance to talk about that team as well. The Panthers only 2, and I'm just going to keep going down the list. And PUPPETEER, am I seeing that right? Only 1 elim out of them?
Yeah, I know. It's... Listen, that just means they're going to pick up even more on the next map. Don't worry about it. It's about averages, okay?
Okay, all right. Calm down. It's okay. They still have 3 more matches today, so we'll see what they're going to end up doing. I would like to see at the total damage so far because I'm interested to see if the Chosen is actually going to be up there with how aggressive they were, and they're not going to be up here. Up here, however, is going to be the Panthers, 1,000 damage, but 2 elims. I'm sure they would have loved to get a little bit more of those eliminations.
Yeah, I don't know what you're seeing that I'm not about the Panthers. They had that very fun game literally #1 of this entire season, but to me they haven't shown too much since then, so not entirely sure why. I guess it's a disagreement that the two of us have, but they're gonna have to show me something a lot more, and 1k damage to 2 eliminations, that efficiency is not what needs to happen.
Yeah, for me it's just the players that are in that team. Nate, he gave me some amazing flashes of greatness during last weekend, and I just kind of want to see that back. And I know this team has potential to get those eliminations because of what we were able to see out of that team. By the way, WALLSTREETBETS, SLR, for them to be able to confirm that many elims out of that, in a way, that little damage, that's great to see too. And I think we do have a chance to look at the replay here, if I'm not mistaken, of the Chosen versus NHyper, because during that time, I thought NHyper was maybe waiting for the Chosen to just have a long-range fight. They decided to push in, and I was all for it, and I love that they had actually sub-pick in the getting an off angle. You can see there Gachi. That push by Gachi in the buggy, it's not the first time we see him in a buggy, and it's not the first time that we see him being able to put his team in a great position. You can see Stellar here going up against the fight. He's not going to be able to get anything. But Anying, the player that we're talking about earlier, he's going to go past one player. He's going to get one at the top, come back and get the other player. Overall, I love the reason why I wanted to showcase this clip again. I love the aggressiveness that the Chosen showed here, and I think it has to do with the performances that we've been seeing out of this team, because if this team would have done that in week 1, if you would have asked me if this team would have done this in week 1, I would have said no. I don't think they would have done it.
Yeah, no, definitely very, very good. But again, it's on Ying sort of bailing them out. This doesn't really break the narrative of this being a 1.5 man army here. So definitely the team play, especially with the buggy swinging past to try and get that crossfire to alleviate the pressure from those smokes, which made it, on their own, made it really hard for Chosen to make that play. It's still a good bonus, but yeah, going on, have to see more players step it up.
Yeah, placement points didn't go their way, but you know what? It was a great play. We wanted to highlight. By the way, I will play devil's advocate with the Chosen. I think the way they set up that team, that was great. By the way, another team that we talked about at the beginning of the show, Excuse, they were able to have somewhat of a good match here, as they were able to put up at least 1,000 damage with 5 eliminations, Cam.
Yeah, no, looking really, really good. Just trying to look at what they were at the top of the show when we talked about their averages. Pretty on point for what we expect. 1,000 damage is even higher than average. Really, eliminations looking higher. So this is definitely a good start to keep that trend growing, keep that trend going upwards.
It really is. And you know what? We've been talking about some of the maps, all of that stuff. Which map do we have next? Please show me, Addy, because I'm intrigued. I keep losing the track because we're always Erangel. Okay, for some reason, I'm stuck with Vikendi and Sanhok since you and I always talk about those two maps.
Yeah.
D is going to be sitting out here, and we are going to be having Golden Eagles coming in. Maybe this could be the chance for Golden Eagles to snap out of that bad streak.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope, because they need something. Of course, same thing could be said about Men04 and Angry Amateurs. The only reason we're focusing on Golden Eagles is because they performed so well week 1, right? They're in like the top 5. Yeah. They're in consideration for a good spot, got some good bonus points, but at the rate that they're going right now, they're not going to have any bonus points for this week.
Yeah, well, let us know. Who do you guys think is going to be winning the next Erangel? Is it going to be Golden Eagles? Make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA. And while you're at it, you know what? I will be asking for predictions on YouTube chat. Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave, take it away. I can't see who's going to be winning this next one.
Let's get it going, baby. Erangel up next. You know, usually the first match of the day. Now number 2, Dave. So how you feeling going into match 2?
I'm feeling good, man. I saw some people in the chat saying Peekaboo confirmed best snake NA. I have to agree.
Woo!
I have to agree. But ladies and gentlemen, right now on your screen, 600 UC giveaway. Get it while it's hot, baby.
Get it while it's hot, because we are hot dropping onto Erangel here. Peekaboo, man. I tell you what, he is one of the most deadliest snakes we have seen so far. What's another one? Do you remember? Dong's pretty vicious as well.
Yeah. Dong, though, is Dong a snake, though, or just a slayer? You know what I'm saying? Because when we did see Dong really pop off that one game, Uzi, 1v3, no fear. No fear. So different play styles, but definitely good to watch on both sides for sure, without a doubt, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. Well, let's take a look as we see Phoenix doing a split drop here onto both sides of this island. On the south, Men04 taking military base. You know, they're kind of hoping that they see a military zone in this position. But so far, everything does look pretty standard. Great for a lot of squads of the fact that Puppeteer, or I'm sorry, not Puppeteers, but Execute is not in here. So that's going to help out Phoenix and MO4 not worry about that bridge camp, and they're gonna have to get up that bridge here because it looks like we're looking at a nice western zone.
Well, we're talking about Dong. We might see Dong in a 1v1 here, very pure. I mean, looking at Puppeteers, look how spread out, how separate. I mean, Faye, where are you at? All the way up there from their squad mates right there. As Puppeteers, if you are just tuning on in, that's going to be the team that is near Quarry with Reckless, Fang, Dong, and Faye. So that's who I'm looking at. But going back to Phoenix, maybe it's a proactive play. Remember, they have a coach now. Coach might have been like, hey, let's get involved early on. Let's get these early elims. And if that is the case, Men04 is a good team to square up against here in the early game. Good odds here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, especially if it was a set play from them. Just really understanding that Execute was not going to be in this match, knowing that they have more lay of the land. If they did this on, you know, with 100% per intention, which I'm going to assume that they did, that's how you get it started here. Oh, what a shot from Zed, though.
What?
Onto the winners of the last match.
Yeah, how do you win a game and then pop into the next game and
get carjacked?
Get carjacked. One of them is QB swimming, you know, like real mess over here. Real mess. D09 off on their own. They should be able to pull it together, though. They should be able to pull it together now. It looks like Wanted Vigilantes are going to be opting to group up and look for that loot instead of going for that hunt down. Personally, I would have liked to have seen the hunt down, especially after last game. You want to take out and deflate the balloon of the winners. Wall Street Bets of game number 1. That would have been the play, but they got their eye on the prize, and that's trying to get this loop, trying to get that scoot action, and get some more elims in that late game when they're a little better kitted here, Jukes.
Yeah, you know, I don't mind that. You know, just one of Vigilantes getting the easy point, take off, get looted, get ready for the rest of the game. Because especially since they're looting that whole entire northern island, they're going to have to get that loot quick and head back down through that same area. So the fact that they're taking a quicker jump onto it, I do not mind it one bit, as we see.
Well, to add on to that, that's kind of like that's kind of like my point though. Like if I was them, just knowing the fact that the loot in that general area isn't the best, hunting down Wall Street Bets and taking over Rozhok / the Runes might have been the play, but instead they kind of gave it up to the trio, you know? So
yeah,
I would hate for them to go up there, trash loot, and then make that rotate right back to where they came from. But now this time around, Wall Street Bets have gear to fight them off, you know? So Wall Street Bets, they still have a good opportunity and a high chance of actually fighting the Wanted Vigilantes again moving forward. So hopefully the Wanted Vigilantes aren't going to be regretting that. We'll see. As talking about what else we shall see. Phoenix. They are looted up. They're near the bridge. Metaphor also in the area. Slimmy. Going to be spotting out at least 2 of the Phoenix players.
And he goes for the shots. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to go after him after all. But instead, he decides to make that noise. And the dangerous part about that, Dave, is now you have let Phoenix know that there's a high chance that you're going to cross this bridge. So that was an interesting play there from Slimmy. And it looks like they are going to be setting up for this bridge camp. And it looks like they're coming. What? Metaphor is just sending it? No way.
Talking about the confidence, man. Talking about the confidence. 2 of them, Blaze, Slimmy, going to be pulling up right here, doing some scouting action, going for the footwalk, the catwalk on the side right here.
Oh.
Phoenix, they're ready to go.
Blaze down to 1 HP. This nade's coming, though. Alf, can he hit the mark?
Up.
Close.
Close.
I love the fact that they've added these steps right here next to the bridge because it really just helps give you a little bit of room to breathe in a bridge fight scenario. Oh, trying to shoot through the steps, and Blaze just can't seem to hit the mark. But now he's got that high ground. Can he catch Alf? Oh, he's going to throw a nade of his own.
Uh-oh, watch out, Blaze. That one going over the head. Blaze with the return grenade. Oh, close. Blocked by the crate right there, Hot Jukes.
That's going to help him out big time. But this is going to be a stalemate, and they can afford to have this fight because it's still circle number 1. They can leave if they need to. Oh, saw
Dong in the kill feed. Yeah, dude's over there driving people over. That is a Dong
classic
play.
Dong.
Classic Dong. But I like the point you were going for. Both these teams, this is in the circle, so they can play this one out nice and slow. There's no squad near them from the time being, so they have some time to really think this one out before making any type of push as Hot Jukes.
Yeah, this is a tough play to make, but I like the fact that, you know, Metaphor is committing onto it, you know. Full send. Slimmy is looking for some angles onto Alf. Got to play this very carefully, though. Blaze with the free fire as well. It's really going to come down to whoever gets that first knock. But Phoenix seem to be on their heels a little bit.
Yeah, I just hope whoever does get that first knock, because looking at the history of both these teams, they're kind of passive when it comes to that, right? But we want to see them get that first knock and immediately just make that push and use their numbers to their advantage and take them out. Take them out quickly. And as we look at Phoenix, looks like one of their players going for that high angle, the off anchor up there, trying to get a better vantage point, but that could be deadly for Phoenix. Oh no, don't get knocked up there.
Oh. Canary caught that. He's so lucky he didn't get knocked, because if he did, it would have been over for them. Metaphor is going to full send it on to Slimmy to try to get him back up. I'm surprised. Canary is very hard focused on this area.
The UMP. Look at Blaze, though. Blaze was in the vehicle and just full sent it past the squad mates of Phoenix to get behind him now, Hot Jukes.
He's got to watch out for Canary up top because he cannot get knocked. Yeah, so it looks like Canary did get the intel that Blaze is obviously behind them now. Phoenix is going to go underneath the bridge to kind of help reduce that angle. But now you've opened the door. Like, Canary cannot get knocked on top. If he does,
that's it.
Phoenix could be done for.
Yeah. Once when Canary gets knocked, then Metaphor can just collapse in from both sides onto Phoenix and take him out from multiple angles. Next circle does pop, so they're not going to have as much time now as they did previously. But I still want to look at this fight, man. I want to see that. I'm so invested right now in that bridge camp and Canary's position. Men of 4 Slimmy driving a buggy on the catwalk. Ah. I don't know, not the play in my opinion, but Slimmy looking for them toes, looking for them legs, looking for them heads. Couple smokes out from Phoenix to block those sight lines. But the battle here, Canary versus Blaze, that's the big fight. That's going to be the deciding factor in my opinion, like you were mentioning.
Oh, Slimmy, gonna have to watch out here with this shot on the diamonds. He gets knocked, so now Ronnie is gonna press the action. Masood has to hit some shots here. Nice knock on the Alf. Is going to help out, but back and forth we go. 5 seconds left on the clock. Papa Blue's going to be coming soon. Diamonds is going to have to commit to this fight.
Diamonds with the Bison, as you would say here. Canary still in a lockdown.
Oh,
with
Molly!
Blaze.
Beautiful Molly there to just absolutely stifle Phoenix's chances of coming back into this fight. And it looks like Metaphor's going to go for that full reset. I mean, if you're Canary right now, Dave, what do you think you should do? Should you commit for that 1v1 on the Blaze?
You have to. You have to. Blaze is holding up the play here from that edge, from that side. So looks like Ronnie was able to pick up diamonds, but Canary needs to go for a play, use so much utility, use so many grenades already. You have a good idea where Blaze is. You got him pinned down. You just got to have that confidence, man. You got to go for it.
Yep.
You got to go for it, because if not, Blaze is going to take out your teammates on the bridge.
And here he goes for that off angle, and Canary now is running out of room.
Blaze gone.
Oh, but I'm so surprised that Masood actually peeked that. Metaphor's giving Phoenix a lot of time to breathe. They're going to have to make a commitment at this point.
Yeah, especially with Canary recognizing that Blaze pulled back. That should have been the call for Diamonds and Ronnie to make the push, make the breach here. But we also have to look at the utility, the grenades, the mollies, even the meds right now. Both teams have been in this standout for so long. Yeah, exactly. Now Diamonds getting taken out to the blue. The med situation, it's not there anymore, Hot Jukes. They just spent so much time in this this head-to-head on the bridge.
Yeah, this is a tough one right here, because if you're Phoenix, you're thinking, I'm going to get all that beautiful military loot from Metaphor, but it is just not there anymore.
There's
all
none.
that utility's been used.
It's all gone.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if even if ammunition is going to start to be a problem. Yeah, look at Canary. Look at Canary. The vest is beat up. 10 bullets in the mag. Yeah, both teams just spending so much time out here.
Both. This is a lose-lose situation at this point.
At this point.
What a lot of teams need to realize is, like, hey, sometimes you just have to push. Like, I know it's bad. I know our chances are not looking good here, but we got to send it, because if Metaphor committed after those initial knocks, sure, there's a chance they get wiped, but there's also a chance that they wipe the whole squad and stay up the whole game. Ronnie's, he realized it. Yep.
In the open.
And he's going to get finished.
In the open. And everyone just dying now. Slimmy's still alive for a Metaphor. Canary still alive for Phoenix. Both in the blue here. Blaze did dip early on in that buggy, though. Is going to be hugging the edge of the blue, so just holding it down, kind of the insurance policy, I guess you can say, for the teammates. What? Canary going for some loot, maybe? But those crates are going to be bare, my man.
Yeah, they're not just going to be bare, but Metaphor only got 1 point from that. Play zone eliminated the rest of the squad, so...
Canary might go down to blue. We'll keep tabs on that here, Jukes.
Let's finally look inside of the play zone as we see Skills of Mind going to hunker down over here at these blues. This is a pretty good spot. It's very difficult to just full send on. You can kind of just drive right into it, but you go with no intel. Dong finds Dose. And gonna get that finish. So Skills of Mind spreading themselves a little too thin here, losing a player pretty much for free. Hate to see that.
Yep, we saw in the kill feed earlier on, Dong was able to get a run over. Now Dong back on the reliable Uzi right there. Are going to be in Swamp. Looks like we're overlooking the marshes right across the way. Skills of Mind. Bang with the Scar, going for those lean peaks. Just letting them know, hey, I know where you are. I know exactly where you are. Like Trixie Boy was able to dive back into cover. But here we go, Hot Dukes. Big fight, big fight. Golden Eagles versus YKG. I love the spread from Golden Eagles, but Baby Thing looking to make that play. Needs to be cautious because if they do get taken out, they're probably going to get thirsted. 2 members of YKG pulling back to the shack right now, trying to regroup.
They're prioritizing play zone big time. You can see Forsyth with that lay down smoke, trying to help secure their position. They got to watch out for N-Hyper, though. They could come in third party this at any moment. So if they're going to fight, they're going to have to make sure that it's quick and simple. But I think both teams are just a little hesitant right now and waiting for this next zone. Where is it going to go? Will it center up? It does.
Was Ronnie able to get a pickup over there? Ronnie and Canary still alive from Phoenix. So both teams, that bridge camp, they still got a duo alive from both sides, and they're right on top of each other. But to make matters worse, in the area and Hyper. So, like you said, it's a lose-lose for both those teams because they have nothing to their name. But we'll get back to that because K19 trying to redeem themselves after game number 1 up against SLR right now, Hot Chooks.
Here we go. Peekaboo once again. Just waiting for the right time to strike and just right on point here. It's all up to Nightcrocs by himself. Will SLR decide to full send this? This could be a nice nade.
Ooh,
pieces up both
beautiful
of them.
nade, chunking them down to about 50, a little less than 50% HP. That one's no good. And Peekaboo does not appreciate the nades getting tossed at their teammates. Peekaboo looking to make the breach right now with the UMP. Is going to catch them in the back right there, trying to retreat. And Peekaboo, SLR, 2 elims right now, Hot Chooks.
Beautifully done. YKG and N-Hyper, the 2 top squads in the lobby, going at it back and forth. QC with some nice sprays. And it looks like N-Hyper's going to get the last laugh on that gatekeep. YKG forced to push up into them. And N-Hyper, man, 4 eliminations. This is their chance to even get further on that leaderboard. Should be a good game for them.
They should be able to get the pickup onto QCZ. Easy does it. Talking about easy does it. Dope. Slayers right there onto Angry Amateurs. So, quick little fact, Angry Amateurs talking to Skur. They told me the team has been experiencing some language barriers because there's Spanish and English being spoken in the comms here. So they're trying to correct that this week. It's always a difficult situation of being in when you can't really understand the calls. So we'll keep tabs on Angry Amateurs here, Hot Jukes.
Well, I got the cure for that. You know, please help me. You know?
Yeah.
Let's see what Dope could do, because I'm pretty sure that Skills of Mind made that exact same noise as they full sent it on in as a duo. Let's see if Trixie can now gatekeep Dope. Nice little rotation there from Skills of Mind.
Was it planned, though? That's my question. Because Wasted,
it looked like it.
Wasted overshot the mark, though, Hot Jukes. Look how far Wasted is. Trying to group up with their teammates.
At the same time, this vehicle is a 2-seater, so they can only take 2 players. And Wasted's forced in the back. If they kind of just crumple them, Wasted can't get knocked, though. Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
Dope. Slayer's doing a great job over here in the mix. Yua over there, overlooking the duo from Skills of Mind, just keeping that intel flowing from the squad.
Trixie's wide in the open, beamed. Yep, that's gonna hurt. So a nice wraparound, but I don't think they really expected that off angle from Hayuya, and their vehicle blown up isn't gonna help.
Oh, do we know they're still solo though?
He is in that very tall bush, and Bomba is not gonna move until the last second, and he is in big trouble though.
In zone
with this zone. Yeah, but it's only a matter of time, I believe, before he does get spotted out. But hey, he might be able to get some extra points on the board here. Dong, the legend, possibly saying, hey, Reckless, you want to get in my buggy? Because it's time for us to get going. Nope, he's on solo.
Puppeteers have kind of just been driving around the map here, game number 2, just looking to get involved, looking to be proactive. I mean, you got Dong in the open doing donuts now, looking for their next victim. I like to see the proactive plays from Puppeteers after watching them a couple days ago be real passive. So they're looking to get some more elim points here. We got Dope Slayer still in the high ground. It might be squaring up with the Puppeteers very shortly, but Rin still up and at him for Hyper, who are looking to spread their wings, looking to also just get these elims at this point in the game on the edge.
Really smart for Hyper, just pushing in one player, scouting it out, getting this edge of this play zone. Rest of the squad should be right behind them here as we've hit zone number 5. Dave, question is, who will finish top 3? Who do you got your eyes on?
SLR, man. I'm looking at SLR once again just to ride that momentum from game number 1 as they are going to be attempting to make the push on the Golden Eagles. We saw the initial grenades, but the defense right now from the Golden Eagles. Beowulf peeking the door, taking down SLR, but you got to give SLR the flowers when they're due, because this is not an SLR we saw the other day, Hot Jukes. This SLR is playing completely different here today, being on top of the ball here, looking to get involved. And honestly, 3 elims, it's paying off. You know, I think as teams look to concentrate on elim points and not worry too much about placement points, they'll start to see a lot more success with this points format that we got going on here in PMPL.
Well, Puppeteers, they have passed their elimination quota. Can they finally secure some placement points? It's just Dong and it's just Reckless. They can hold on a little bit longer. Might be able to get some. Oh, QZ goes down to Dong. And GK first. Oh, trying to drive up to the shack. Gets caught out by himself. Oh, Slimmy gotta get that secure on that point. Too many shots coming from either ways. Does get it.
I cannot believe Slimmy is still alive after that bridge camp very early on. The last one up and at him. Has this concrete shack to work with for the time being. Has a ton of ammunition. I saw about 339 in the reserve. Ooh. But GK first does not appreciate Slimmy confirming their teammates. Gonna be tossing a grenade up there, trying to flush out Slimmy.
Well, Slimmy now knows that I'm in trouble. GK first throwing the pan in frustration. Just saying, ugh, I can't believe that nade didn't get him. Will that one do it? It does!
To go right back to GK first. You can have it, Slimmy said. Slimmy still in the game, Hot Jukes.
Well, let's get it going, and he's out of there.
Right? At least you got the elim points, though, Slimmy.
That's
respect.
Right.
Respect.
And he's gone.
And he's gone.
Just like that. Let's see who is going to stay into this match, though. Team Mobility, Trey, and Squad. All huddled up right here. One nade is all it takes, but I don't think anyone's even close enough to throw one this far. Who's got the arm, Dave?
Yeah, they got some nice smokes blocking some sight lines, and they were able to use the smokes to create this this V formation around the hay bale. So they have some hard cover to work with for the time being, but they do need to watch out for WALLSTREETBETS down there in the east. So I don't think their east side is going to be covered. We'll get back to that, because over here the Chosen's still up and at him on the edge, trying to gatekeep Puppeteer right now, Hot Jukes.
That's what they're supposed to do, right? They're supposed to 100% just focus on their backs. You do not want to get pushed up on for free. And it looks like Reckless is feeling a little reckless right now. Driving that buggy around, thinking about it. Is he going to do the full send onto the Chosen?
Gotta make it. You gotta make the call. Oh, no, Dong. Don't stop here, Dong. Don't keep going. Oh, I am so surprised Dong is still alive. And they didn't end up.
Just
let one rip. Jeez.
Just hold that spot. Like, honestly, Puppeteers should just hold that position. There's a little bit of a hill. They have some room to breathe. Just wait till just get in there, edge in, and just wait till the next zone. Honey, wishing he had a 6x.
Yeah, Awning only has this little window to look on top of that hill and is really focused on the Golden Eagles within the zone. But here comes Dong trying to take advantage now of this little position that they had on top of the hill. But Bray from behind taking down Dong. Meanwhile, Reckless chilling, Hot Jukes, not really supporting Dong on that grenade push.
It's not looking good at all. He's going to come up with the vehicle, though, and try to get that res. Is the Chosen going to actually risk pushing out and clearing the squad? Bray is on the hunt, looking for some runovers.
Oh, you got
Bray.
Oh,
he sees one.
So close. So close.
He's coming back
come
around.
On, Bray. Come on,
He's
Bray.
coming
Come
back
on, Bray.
around.
You see him? You
He's
see him?
coming back around.
Oh, that's good for 2, Hot Jukes.
Take it to the bank. Bray getting some easy points there. I'm surprised no shots came out in that direction. Hey, this late the game, that tunnel vision's coming in hot. Stellar looking still into the field, but he's got to worry about his back here. Dope could come this way. Looks like Bray is just going to take the money and run, though.
I love that from Bray. Bray could have opted to stay back a little longer, toss a molly, toss a grenade, and try to take out the Chosen, but Bray is satisfied with getting those 2 points, those 2 limbs, and grouping back up with their teammates. Love it. As Robert and Trey, Robert is going to be taken down with that DP right there. Team Mobility still up and at him. Remember, Team Mobility, we saw him a couple moments ago. They made that little car fort in the zone. We'll see how that one plays in their favor. As now Excuse looking to roll up here on the edge.
Let's see what Excuse can do. They're just hoping, see, please, let the zone come to me. Ugh, just a little bit off the mark. They should be able to possibly snake their way up.
Definitely.
As the Chosen still on top of the hill. They are going to have to get moving, though. And Dope is in the same position. They have all that insight, but they got no cover.
Team Mobility's little car fort, heads up play for sure. They just need to make sure to watch out for Excuse. The snakes in the wheat field who already see James crawling up right behind them. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, now the Chosen, the duo, looking to push out. They've been taking shots at Wall Street Bets for a hot minute now, Hot Jukes. So let's see what they can do here. I believe they have 2 vehicles. Yep, they got 2 vehicles ready to go, gassed up, juiced up, ready to make this push, but I have to assume they're looking to get a knock before doing so.
Yeah, to knock at this time, this could be easy eliminations because every single team, except for Mobility, are pretty spread out. These guys are literally right on top of each other. Might as well get some marshmallows because it is a camp out.
I love this camp out. Just snaking it. Look at this. The DP, the scopes, they're right there on the edge. I love it for Team Mobility. Oh, finally going to be letting this one rip up there onto Dope Slayers. Dope Slayers with a 2-2. They got 2 on the road on the bottom of the hill. 2 still on the top, looking for as much intel as possible.
I want to see Trey doing some nice little pre-fires into some smokes. I know he only has 128 shots left, but just a couple little pecks here and there might catch a hit marker. And D is looking to finish out Stellar. He will do it. Chosen down to 1.
D definitely the playmaker here today for Wall Street Bets. So keep an eye on this player in particular. Now they got that crate for cover as well. They're going to be spreading their wings just a little bit as they're trying to take out the last remaining member of the Chosen. And now Dope Slayer is getting stuck in the blue, Hot Jukes. That one hurts. That one hurts.
Yes, it does. Rosh, it looks like, what a shot from D. Good. Where are you going, Anying? Nowhere.
D from downtown right there. Another point in the pocket. As now we're going to be looking at Excuse to square up against Team Mobility in their car fort, Hot Jukes.
Beautiful shot there, and Team Mobility just so grouped up, very susceptible to those grenades. Oh, it's just James on that off angle, but he does have that little bit of hill, a little bit of room to work with.
I go for the pickup.
Might just work out.
I go for the pickup.
No
I go
way,
for the
bro.
pickup. You know you got your 2 teammates saying, I'm safe,
Let him die.
Pick me up, pick me up. You have to assume the comms
Let
right
him
now.
go.
They're just screaming it. You have to. James, team player right now. Oh,
Let him
they're
go.
done. Oh, man, James.
Just like that. Final 3, everybody. It's Wall Street Bets. Team Mobility. Dope. Hayuya. Trying to hide. Get a little bit of a breather. Robert on the bottom. Could be problematic. Kubi. Getting a nice one. That's Team Mobility done for. Here we go. It's a 3v2.
Here we go.
Robert.
Wall
Robert's
Street
the
Bets,
problem.
look for that back-to-back here. That back-to-back winner chicken dinner. And by the looks of it, they have intel on at least 1 Dope Slayer. Looking to push the high ground here, doing a little bit of investigating. I think, Kubi, I think you saw him. I think you saw him. Just a smidge, just a dot. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
It's all up to it's all up to Robert here. Robert has to wait to shoot. Can't give up his position. And now he finally steps up.
Dodge! What?
And gone! Wall Street Bets with the back-to-back chicken dinners here, Dave. Did you see that one coming?
I did, but then once when I saw Robert in the wheat fields in that buggy play, I don't know what was going down. I thought Robert might have had that one in the bag, man. That was close for Robert, not gonna lie. Robert was the surprise factor right there. So shout out to them for being able to get that second place. But Jukes, back to back Wall Street Bets.
Man, the desk was talking about this team, wanted to see something from them. 2 chicken dinners with double-digit eliminations to start things off here. What more could you ask for, honestly?
Looking good. Let's pull up the match report. Let's see who's looking good after game number 2. 2 dope players. We got D, of course. Keep your eye on D here today, Hot Jukes. I'm telling you, when you know when a player is just feeling themselves, I think that's going to be D today for us for Wall Street Bets.
Hey, just a real quick reminder, they also did that with 3 because they lost a player early on. So a crazy game for them. Still a lot more action, guys, coming. Don't go anywhere.
This is Wall Street Bets right now. They're just dancing. They're hyped up. They got 2 wins in a row. They've been drinking that Monster Energy. By the way, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. I didn't think Wall Street Bets was going to win that, especially how they started the match. G1, I mean, I was kind of typing it in our chat that we have. I was saying G1 threw that a little bit when he showcased himself to the other team, and as soon as he was by himself, they decided to push on him. But Wall Street Bets, being able to position themselves there at the end, waiting for the right time, picking people apart, that was great play out of them.
Yeah, and it wasn't even any particularly special macro abilities from them going into the very final battles there. Their loop around from the north to the south to try and get into that field was definitely a good call, but it really just came down to their gun skill and out shooting Dope Slayers. The one critique that I would give the Dope Slayers is that I kind of wished I saw them go to the field a little earlier, but you know, sometimes like they were dealing enough damage to the teams in the field. Sometimes if you're just unable to finish those knocks, get those eliminations, there's really not much that you can do. But for back-to-back for Wall Street Bets to the moon, this is looking like the Wall Street Bets that we saw in week number 1. So it's great to see them climb up from the slump that they started this week at.
Yeah, and for them, they started off the day great. They were starting in top 5 for them to be able to get those chicken dinners. That's going to be great, not only for this week too, but I'm also thinking about that overall that we will end up showing you at some point. Team Mobility there with 6 points. Puppeteer, they hit their mark. And on top of that, they got 2 placement points for a total of 6. And then NHyper, I mean, with 6 elimination points, we saw NHyper being able to take on YKG and actually eliminate them.
Yeah, that was a weird fight. I'll be honest. There were a lot of weird fights in this match.
Let's not talk about the first fight.
I don't really want to open up that can of worms. There were a lot of very questionable decisions by multiple teams this map. But about YKG specifically, they just wanted to take down NHyper. I feel like they just saw a threat ahead of them, a threat not only in this match, but on the entire leaderboard. Tried to go for a push that frankly wasn't necessary, but I imagine they saw they had an opening, but NHyper, they just were better at that fight.
Yeah, and for YKG, I mean, talking about it, NHyper eliminated them. They end up this game with 0 points. Not a great start and not the way they wanted to be able to continue, right? We saw what they were able to do in Sanhok, but for a bounce, I was expecting a bit of a bounce back here as well in Erangel, since they're a team that they're usually able to do well. I don't think they were expecting NHyper to actually want to fight there early on as well.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's why we play. Well, one of the reasons why we play so many maps this season. So I am not off of the YKG train just yet, though it is starting to get a little turbulent. What's the train version of turbulence? A little bouncy, a little creaky. I don't know. The rail's starting to make me a little uncomfortable.
You're starting to go
but
from.
I'm staying.
You're starting to go from one of those fast trains that go like 300 miles an hour to now like a little train that's on a steam train. Is that what we're going for?
Yeah, not quite that bad.
Okay,
There's a little bit of like, is everything okay?
Yeah. Who's leading this train? That's what we're starting to question that a little bit. Let's take a look at the total damage to see how some of the other teams were able to do. We're going to be looking at Dope Slayers. I mean, you were talking about it. I was hoping that they will be able to rotate towards the field a little bit sooner, but I feel like for them having the high ground, they were able to cause a lot of damage on a lot of teams, as you're able to see right now.
Yeah, and listen, they were only 1 point behind WALLSTREETBETS despite only getting second place because they were getting so many eliminations from that high ground. So in a way, they actually, you can argue they made the right decision of staying up there even if they didn't get the overall win. So still a good performance by them and just really abusing the hilltop. And granted, they had to fight for control over that hilltop, but so already that's elimination points there. And then just overseeing everyone out in the field. I mean, great game. We saw on that leaderboard, all the points essentially were just in those top 2 teams.
It really was. And by the way, we saw the Chosen there too. We saw Puppeteer, especially with Puppeteer. I was surprised to see them there because they're usually able to get elims, but they're not able to usually be in the total damage graphic. So that was nice to see. By the way, I do want to take a look at WALLSTREETBETS since we've been talking about it, and we're kind of hinting out we're starting to see the WALLSTREETBETS that we saw at least in the first 2 days of week 1. I want to see how the performance is comparing between week 1 and week 2, and this is what we're getting so far, Cam.
Yeah, this is the week 2 overall, so definitely boosted by the last 2 games in a row and higher average damage. The average eliminations are looking pretty similar as well, and higher average survival time. So it's almost, if you showed this to me at the start of this week where we started to see basically nothing from WALLSTREETBETS, I would have been okay. Like, you know what? It all gets evened out in the end.
Yeah, you can say at least they're being consistent, right? The current thing that's changing is that average survival time, which, I mean, we love to see. And they are currently putting themselves there within that top 5, which I was hinting at earlier, which is a great spot to be, especially if this is a team that's going to be pushing for those bonus points once we get to Sunday. Now, we do have, Cam, your favorite map coming up. So I wanted to see who's currently performing the best in Vikendi. And so far, ladies and gentlemen, the Chosen's currently at the top, and they're putting some nice numbers.
It's looking good across the board, however. I'm looking at YKG as well. I mean, those are basically the same numbers as the Chosen, -1 elimination, but the damage is looking close. Executes aren't not that far behind. It's actually the last 2 that are surprising me that they're up here because those are both teams that are struggling a fair bit, which, again, it's so weird to be saying that about MEZEXIS. But for all the teams that good week 1, bad start to week 2, they're the one that have yet to seem to recover from that bad start to week 2.
Yeah, and then we're going to be going towards MEZEXIS. You were just talking about it. Maybe. We'll have to wait and see, though, because if I remember right, I think the teams have changed. The groups have changed, so I got to double check. I got to go back to that graphic and make sure that this team is actually going to be playing. As you can see right there, Group C is going to be sitting out. And please show me the participating teams. Refresh my memory. Okay, WALLSTREETBETS, they're not going to be able to go back to back to back, but I feel like this might be a break for some of the other teams. MEZEXIS is going to be here. They could possibly take a big advantage of WALLSTREETBETS since they just got 2 chicken dinners. Maybe MEZEXIS can go for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, especially since Skills of Mine and the Chosen, who are 2 of the 5 teams on the top Vikendi performers, are sitting out here. So that's going to give a little bit of, it implies that there's going to be more possibilities for teams that are playing to get more points for themselves.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us know who you think is going to be winning Vikendi. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA. Let's see who's going to be winning this Vikendi. Mustache Dave, Hot Jukes, take it away.
Let's get it, baby. Welcome, everybody, to the icy tundra of Vikendi, and welcome to 600 UC going into the bank of somebody right here, right now. PUBGmobile.com/redeem. You better have that already entered in, because by now, it's gone.
It's gone. At this point, it's all about just keeping that website up, loaded, ready to go, and just immediately enter. There you go. Codes. Exactly. Just That's me. That's the sound that my keyboard makes when I'm typing. And then enter. That's how it goes. So, Vikendi, we are back. We are here, Vikendi, for the midway point of day number 3, week 2, baby. As teams are looking to full send it here, get that momentum going. The juice is flowing here. And you know who's got it going? Who's got it going? Do I even need to say it?
Say it. Say
Well,
it.
Wall Street Bets
Say
had it going, but now they're sitting out, Jukes.
The juice.
I hope that doesn't stop the momentum, the snowball here today that we've been seeing from that squad.
I don't think it's gonna, because to be honest with you, if there's any map that you're gonna want to probably sit out on, it's Vikendi, because it just hasn't been played in quite a long while and competitive. As a matter of fact, I was talking to some of the players yesterday, and when I was talking to Team Mobility, they said that this is obviously a map that they struggle with due to map knowledge. And if you have any map knowledge, you now know that you officially have half the spots available to go to in this next zone. So you better read that book that, Mustache Dave and I both, Chapter 3.
Trademark
Loot
pending.
and Scoot.
Does map knowledge even matter, though, Hot Jukes, when you get a zone and it's like 51% water? At that point, does map knowledge even matter when you got 16 other teams or 15 other competitive, skilled players when that amount is in the water?
Let me tell you right now. Okay?
Tell me.
Map knowledge doesn't matter if you hit those. You know what I'm saying? If you're just better, then you don't have to worry about nothing. You just don't go down because you just shoot too good, But in reality, that's not the case for almost any team, because everybody in this lobby has a good amount of skill to pay the bill. But you know what? It does matter. It matters more than you could possibly imagine, Dave, because if you have studied this map, right, you not just study every single dip, every little place that you could possibly go, right? You should also study where teams are dropping, right? And where they could potentially go. So, for example, let's just say, you know that Hyper drops down in Winery.
Yeah.
If there's half the spots available, and if you're going to drive near them, right, to take a spot, the chances of getting caught out by them are high. So you will have a good idea of where these teams could rotate to and where you want to set yourself up as a team. So, I mean, map knowledge, honestly, at this level, it's super underrated. Like, every single player should know every divot, every hill, every blade of grass in this map. The more IQ you have, the better setup you're going to be, not just only as yourself, but as a team, Dave. As a team.
More IQ equals chicken dinner. You heard it here first. The thing is, how much IQ does it take to win a water circle? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you practice the compounds, you know the flat tops, you know the boulders, you know where the Zimas are parked. But once when the zone is like, hey, forget about your knowledge. I'm going to shift to the west. I'm going to go into the water. How much IQ is needed for that, Hot Jukes? That's a possibility. It's a possibility this game.
It's a chance.
It's a chance.
If it goes all the way into the water, it's about just who's the better swimmer. Who is the better swimmer? But I'll tell you what. If it does do that, I would make sure I'd want to be the water a lot earlier than later. So
yeah, really get swimming out there. Nice little pruny action. I saw one of the members from the Panthers already done, out, gone, kaput. Now, I remember not yesterday, but the day before, you're like, we need to talk to someone from the Panthers. We need to see what's going on with the Panthers. And you know, Jukes, I took that as you giving me homework. So I did just that. I reached out to Nate the Great.
Big Nate.
I said, what's going on? Hot Jukes and myself, we want to know, Nate. Let me know. And we were talking about it on stream. We nailed it on the head. When we analyzed the team, we saw how they were playing. And they were, in fact, playing a lot safer, a lot more passive on purpose because they were playing for that late game. They were trying to get the win, you know? So when they were trying to go for the win, they wanted to avoid as many fights as possible so that way they can have all 4 up in the end. And we saw some pretty awkward moments where they would just get pinched and not peek, not try to retaliate, not try to return fire on a team because they were so focused on surviving. Jukes, and we pointed it out. Nate said, you know what, fellas, you were right, but we're going back to our roots today, our primal roots of the Panthers. And they said that they're gonna just go back to their normal play style of playing aggressive and going for those good old-fashioned Panther kills. What do you think about that?
You know, I'll say this. You know, week 2, I will allow to be experiment week 2. Okay. Like, if you are a team and you obviously know that, you know, getting that ticket to the next stage is everything that matters. If you're finding your team struggling with something, you know, week 2 is a good time here to start experimenting a little bit, trying something different. And obviously the Panthers tried that yesterday, and we saw them just fail, right? It was just nothing was working out for them. So I like the fact that they tried it. They noticed that, hey, you know what? Maybe this play style just isn't for us. But now they're having to go back into their own play style, which wasn't fully working on here in the first place. So now, I mean, it's back to the drawing board, I think, for the Panthers. I think we're still waiting to see them fire on all cylinders. I think Nate has been really shining. We saw some moments from Quan, rest of the squad, but they just seem to struggle when it comes to just team fights, Dave. That seems to be the big thing when I look at them.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely different levels of skill in this lobby and experience when it comes to this level of competition. But I'm just happy that they realize now, like, let's not chase down the placement points. Let's not worry too much about placement points, and let's try to focus on elim points. You know, they realize that, hey, if we can get 5, if we can get 7 elim points per game, we're going to be in a great spot. And I love that mentality. I hope more teams think like that because placement points are tough in a lobby like this. When you can get some early elim points, get 4, get 5, that's equivalent to a 3rd place finish, Hot Juke. So I love this, the change up, the mentality change for that squad. We'll get back to that though because Angry Amateurs, talking about elim points, gonna be getting one easy one right now.
Ooh, Tensa with the big suspensa. Will he get picked up? It don't look like it. Man, I saw people in the chat saying that if Tensa rolled into the last zone, he could have squad wiped the whole lobby. Now he goes out early. That's going to be a tough one for them. So it looks like they were going to opt to make that sacrifice. Here come the Panthers. Jason with some nice shots to open things up. He's got that DBS ready. And oh, he's got to put it to work.
If there was ever a weapon to turn the tables on a 1v3, it is this. Jason jumping out, getting one, trying to get the confirm. Did get the confirm. Oh no, are the Panthers going to funnel into the hallway right into the barrel of the double barrel shotgun here? They need to watch out. They already lost one here.
3v1? Panthers, not like this. You cannot let Jason take you out here. If you do, it is not going to look good.
Nice molly on the second story right there from Jason. Trying to apply some pressure to the duo of the Panthers on the second story. Going to be tossing out a smoke. Little confusion play right there. Another one. This might give Jason the opportunity to pop in a Zima and retreat back to their teammates.
Might give Casper an opportunity to come help him out because it's only him and
Casper's
Jason.
Not moving though.
Yeah, Casper's saying, you know what, Jason, you are on your own, buddy. I don't know if I like this play. Especially since Jason knows it's only 2 players left. If Casper comes help him, he can commit. They can secure some early points on because the chances of Casper even getting anything or dip. You're getting carjacked, Panthers? No way. Oh, Shoxa takes down Jason.
Amateurs.
I wonder if the Panthers realized it and they're gonna go for the finish. Yes, they are. Nate saw it coming. He said, "Hey, you know what? I don't got." Oh, does he? Did he see it coming? He has to have. He has to know that someone was knocked here.
All I know is huge missed opportunity
Jason?
from Casper.
Look out the door! Look out the door, Valak! Wow. Jason.
They're just giving up on that point.
No confirm. No confirm from the Panthers. I mean, they're too scared to walk outside the building. And now it looks like Shoxa will get that confirm onto Jason as he is just going, ticking away.
Yeah.
Second by second.
Angry Amateur is locking down that compound, though, from almost all the angles, except for the one that Casper is holding from the north. So I love to see the positioning from Angry Amateurs. And now I almost look at this, and the Panthers seem like they're somewhat trapped. Might have even sealed their tomb right there. But the thing is, if I'm the Angry Amateurs, I want to take advantage of this now and not wait longer to make a play, because the longer they wait, the higher the chances of another team rolling in this area will be. And the Angry Amateurs are looking to make a change, looking to get some points here on the board. So now is a really good opportunity for them to make that push on the Panthers here, in my opinion, Hot Jukes.
Well, I think pushing on the Panthers is
4v2?
definitely the play. Yeah, if you realize it, but I don't think they do. So I think they're still nervous that this could be a different squad. Angry Amateurs. Shoxa. Eating a lot of that nade. That hurt.
Yeah. Gonna move just a little bit.
That would scare me away from the squad. Like the fact that they hit that kind of nade, I'd be kind of like, guys, maybe we just see if they make a mistake, get a knock, and we can just push it.
So Casper could have totally pulled up to their squad mate and supported them in that 2v2 and just breached that compound. They already had the Panthers scared, backed in a corner with the mollies, with the smokes, with the double barrel shotgun. They were just playing so scared. If Casper would have provided that support, they could have taken over that compound themselves and still been 2 up with some loot right now. But it is what it is. And we did see that next circle pop. Water still in play. It doesn't look like we're going to have that water circle finish like we were both hoping. But there's still about 20, 25, maybe even 30% water still in play. So it's going to take away some of this land ratio, as we still got 16 teams up and at them.
This is going to be just pure silence. We're not going to see any fights here probably for another like 3 minutes until the next zone pops. And that's just a result of this particular zone, you know. But I want to kind of just tip on the Panthers. I hope that them trying a more passive playstyle does not do more harm than good. You know what I'm talking about, Dave?
Well, that was the last 2 days, though. Today's supposed to be different. You know,
well, here's the problem, though. Sometimes it's difficult to just flip that switch back on, Dave. You know, when if you've done 2 days in a row of just trying more passive play style, all it takes is one player just to say, you know what, a little bit more hesitancy. And I think that's what I'm seeing from the Panthers. It's just a lack of confidence, you know. Sometimes when you know the play and you realize you have a man advantage, sometimes you got to play a little reckless. You got to do that push, and you got to take that squad out then and there, right? But if you go and you just keep making mistakes and you hesitate, man, it's going to hurt. And I just see a lot of hesitancy from the squad. I think they need a huge win to kind of help boost them, as this zone is going to go ahead and send it a little bit back on the land here, Dave.
Boosted. Yeah, I feel like the original call for the Panthers to crash that compound 3 in the Zima, they were feeling a little aggressive, but then once when they received some gunshots, that aggressive push went and flipped in the opposite
3v1
direction
though.
To kind of add, yeah, exactly, to add to your point. Like, it completely flipped. They went to the compound, they went to the second story, one of them pushed down, got blown away to bits, and the other two just didn't want to do anything at that moment. They were too scared to take on that solo player being Jason. So I agree, man. I agree. Hopefully they can flip that switch. But talking about flipping that switch, MEZEXIS.
Oh my goodness.
Onto SLR from downtown. SLR just getting obliterated right there, down to just a solo.
Talked to SLR yesterday. I talked to White Elegy from SLR, and he's saying that, you know, this squad is their first time competing in PMPL. 3 of the players, actually the whole squad right now besides him, who played in PMNC before. And, you know, they have this new roster. They're trying to be able to compete here at this level. One thing that they're struggling with, though, is just, honestly, dealing with the pressure, Dave. And it's something that we don't talk a lot about, but when you're playing at this high level and things start getting intense, like shots all over the place, footsteps everywhere, sometimes the player will just go silent. Focus on just what's the play going to do. But when you get silent, Dave, there's no calls out being made. So they're just trying to practice even talking while fighting. It's a skill, believe it or not. It is a lot harder than it is for a lot of players. As Joey is talking to his teammates saying, hey, pick me up. And look at that. Communication, Dave. 100% from YKG.
Yeah, I definitely feel like games 1 and 2, we saw SLR taking advantage of the chaos almost on their pushes. They had a lot of elims to go with it. I think that's their strong suit, you know, just getting involved. Yeah, the comms might be messy, but going back to your original point earlier on, if you can hit them shots, that's all you really need here in PUBG Mobile. So hopefully SLR can get back to it when it comes to just getting involved, getting that practice, getting the team comms in their pockets as Robert is going to be looking down there on BOPE. Ooh, Robert peeks up, takes out no hacks right there from the back of the dumpster.
Got him. Playing it so quiet, just waiting for that time to strike. And now he's going to be coming around, and that is BOPE eliminated by Dope. 4 points for them. And, oh, this zone is brutal. And Hyper is spread out like crazy. Yeah, Dope needs to get moving really quick. 30 seconds left on the clock. This is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. And the only team that I'm not too concerned with being this spread apart has to be Hyper. They know how to take advantage of these situations, and they're going to be on the high ground. Looks like they got 2-1-1 going on right now. They are going to be pulling back just a little bit here, but pretty much the only team in the north right now with the advantage when it comes to having time to set up for a proper power position. They're doing just that. Meanwhile, all these other squads, you got Phoenix, you got Casper still, the solo, you got MEZEXIS, the solo, you got Slimmy from N4. Nate! They're going to be making their push right there on that north side. Here comes Nate. Nate looking to make some plays here up against Wanted Vigilantes.
Well, Dave, it is zone number 5, and Nate is going to go down. The question for everybody is, which team do you think will win the map? It looks like everybody would be guessing Hyper with how their position and how they've been playing this tournament. Not to mention Kindness, as soon as I say that, instantly getting a knock onto one of the Golden Eagles. Yup, and the whole cast here is betting on Hyper to get the dub. Who do you guys in the chat think will win it? Put your predictions right now.
Golden Eagles, it looks like Beowulf always holding the off angle, was spotted in the process. I think Stranger might be attempting to get the pickup. I see a little vehicle action down there. I'm bringing this team up because they're going to be playing the south, and they're not going to be too far away from MEZEXIS, who are right there holding that compound. But going back to the team, the predicted team here, Hyper, QZZ, Giant Boulder right now between them and Dope Slayers. Dope Slayers 4 elims so far. Big scared with QZZ. QZZ definitely scaring them a little bit right there, tossing out that smoke, trying to block those sight lines. Meanwhile, QZZ pulling back their teammates.
QZZ is so smart. I mean, I was looking at that split, and I did not like it. I was like, I think QZZ is very much out of position and in a very vulnerable spot. But I mean,
next circle.
Yeah, next circle. Right locked onto them. QZZ is going to go and gatekeep YKG.
Wild.
All by himself. I don't know if Rain is also looking in that same direction, but man, Hyper could not be more zone blessed. 100%.
GK first also in the vehicle. Looks like they're going to be pulling up to QZZ, looking for that gatekeep like you were mentioning here. Very interesting play, and I believe keeping one in that compound. No, we're all sending it. We're all going to provide the support right now for QZZ. They're looking for some elims here. They're looking to gatekeep YKG. And also Men of 4. So there's 2 different teams over here. The potential 4 points right now is high.
So smart for Hyper. Just knowing that, hey, let's use the blue zone to our advantage. Full send everybody. Full commit. Clear this side. And then we'll worry about something else. This was the smartest play that they could have done. And it forces YKG to press into these buildings. Blaze. Literally. I mean, he needs to boost up to 1 HP. and with no health and a DBS, might pick up a duo here if he's not careful.
This
Joey.
is NHyper's chance to third party as well. Yep, NHyper from behind. Gonna be spotting out Blaze. Joey in the building, no longer there. DBS taking him out, but NHyper trying to press the envelope here just a little bit, trying to get this third party action going on.
NHyper, if the chances of them losing this game is ridiculously low. They did a nice full commit there. Now they just got to focus inwards. Metaphor, 7 eliminations. Honestly, this is a great bounce back game for them. But they are getting pieced up by so many of these squads. Heading on in. There's Phoenix Canary.
Oh, come on.
Nice return fire there from Zay.
Yeah, rolling up on the snowmobile. Zay is going to be taken down and out, but not before Ronnie gets traded. So Phoenix Esports looking to crank up the elims right now. We'll get back to that because there's just a ton of action. The Golden Eagles finally pushing in the south. They're forced to up against MEZEXIS, who are holding down some pretty nice compounds here. No longer in play. Casper's still alive from Excuse, so Casper might be able to third party and pick up a couple elims, but we'll get back to that because Excuse and Dope Slayers right now, or at least one player from Dope Slayers in the front lines.
Here they go, Excuse. I'm still waiting to see them commit a good, successful push here. Rosh looking to get an opening with that nade. Just not going to hit the mark just yet. He does have a little bit of high ground with this rock, but he's got to be careful not to over peek it as he's going to commit to that nade. Wow, real good nade from Rosh to catch Robert, and Dope is now split, having to deal with NHyper.
Dope in this trench right now is just getting picked apart from two different teams. Excuse and NHyper, and Dope are going to be pretty much done and dusted as now GK first peeking up right there, taking down James, and it's just all out spray downtown as NHyper are looking to rack up some more limbs here. Excuse, man, they're in a tough position. We see them tossing smokes. They got that cover with that boulder, but not for long because it is not in the next circle. And I'm looking ahead, nothing but open terrain that NHyper are going to have eyes on.
Yeah, they're going to have nothing but the lay of the land. Not to mention there's a big compound in the center of the zone, but nobody is even in it yet. And it looks like Blinky from Team Mobility will be a player to find this spot wide open. I think Excuse feels like there's a whole team there, and they're scared to even push in that direction, but QZZ is not even allowing them to move a muscle.
Yeah, Blinky can really get some good placement points this game if they can play their cards right. QZZ just spraying through those smokes, knows something's going on in that smoke tunnel. Heads up play right there from QZZ. Getting a lot of damage on the board, and, well, that's what she said. They're going to be done. And NHyper, you said it, going to be a challenge for them to lose this game. Their positioning here, and this game of Vikendi is just
Dave,
above the others right now.
What we're looking at right now is an NHyper buffet, right? It's an all-you-can-eat dinner. The depend is how much are they going to eat.
Oh, got him.
They're gonna eat some shaksa, right, for an appetizer.
Got him.
And now you still got some. Oh, it looks like there might be some Golden Eagles for dinner.
Yeah,
coming around the corner.
Really the only other team in the lobby with 4 up that can put up a good fight up against NHyper's 4, because Blinky's not going to be making a move right now. Blinky is safe, secure. Yep, in the back of the dumpster. Fingers crossed that nobody finds me here, and I'm looking for that second place finish for those 6 placement points. I'll take that. So we're going to have a 4v4 here, most likely. NHyper versus the Golden Eagles.
Golden Eagles are scared to even push in this building. That's the problem when you have complexes wide open in the center. Everybody thinks that they're just taken and that there's players just 3-peeking them, so they don't even want to push it. Little do both these teams know, nobody is in these buildings.
Care package.
And a care package for NHyper.
No way.
Honestly, they really needed it.
Oh, please tell me that landed on the roof. Oh my goodness, if they were able to. Okay, here we go. Hot Jukes. QZZ is going to be spotting out Rise.
Going for the angles, and he's going to give that comms. A whole team now knows that this is where they are all at. And QZ is just going to apply pressure, waiting for his squad to come help out. We got to watch out for those nades. Yep. Kindness said, we pushed a little too hard. Calm down. Reset. Smart play. Hesitation. NHyper versus Golden Eagles. Blinky playing so quiet here. not looking to make a mistake. The blue zone is going to force Golden Eagles, though, into Hyper. So nice little 3-peek from GK first up here on top. Does he spot Blinky? Oh, yeah, he did. He saw something.
Blinky. GK first on the roof here. Was able to get the care package and now has the high ground advantage. Rin as well on the rooftop. Ooh, Golden Eagles, they do have a vehicle to work with, Hot Jukes.
Uh-oh, that's a nasty off angle. You got to watch out with Rise, and now that he's still up, he could definitely cause problems. And Hyper realizes it. Beowulf is smelling some blood in the water. DBS action from mid-range, catches QZ.
Oh,
nice nade onto Kindness, and Hyper's in trouble.
Nothing but shotguns, nothing but grenades. Here comes Beowulf with the push with the M4, looking to clean up from behind. Hot Jukes, GK first with an answer though in return.
Not much of an answer, he's in trouble. Oh, that knock from Kindness, or Stranger actually, yeah, Kindness, so strong with that MG3 action, takes out Golden Eagles. Honestly though, that was a little too close for comfort. They were almost done for.
Both sides just in the open, spraying that double barrel shotgun. That just goes to show you how much of a staple that weapon is here in competitive right now.
Oh, the dog from Blinky. He's gonna need
GK
that dog's
first
help.
knew somebody was over here. They saw him earlier on. Didn't opt to toss that molly. Now looking for the solo, looking for Blinky. Blinky was able to get that second place, at least minimum 6 additional points. What can Blinky do though? 1v3.
He's nading himself.
Going to be cooking a
He's
grenade.
nading himself.
But GK first is looking right in this window. They know exactly where Blinky is. There goes the grenade. Blinky's still alive. 50% HP. Here comes the collapse. And Hyper looking to clean up, get another point in the pocket. And they do so. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, and Hyper.
And Hyper with the beautiful chicken dinner there. It got a little bit spicy there towards the end. Golden Eagles almost had them. I think that is something that Golden Eagles are going to really look back to saying, ugh, how did we lose that? 15? 15 from Hyper? Ouch.
15, man. That's more points than you get from winning the actual chicken. So I want to ask you real quick, Hot Jukes. I feel like these players are getting a little too comfortable with the double barrel shotgun. We saw both sides, and Hyper and the Golden Eagles, they were like at that mid-range point trying to go for that spray down with the double barrel shotgun. Usually we see it a little closer than where we saw it that last game, but I'm just trying to bring up a point. Like, these players are definitely feeling this weapon, and I'm getting a little too concerned. I'm getting the feeling that they're feeling too comfortable, and they're going to start like putting a scope on that bad boy, shooting from long range, trying to go for some crazy plays right there. So I don't know, man. Too comfortable or just right? What do you think real quick before we toss it out?
You know what? Just right, baby. Still a couple more games to go, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
match from Hyper right there. That's what I was expecting out of them. It got a little bit scary at the end, but before we start breaking that down, shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Your pick,
Sorry.
My pick.
Yeah.
It was scary, Cam.
You said scary at the end. I just had the 1,000-yard stare from being reminded about using shotguns at that range. Like, use shotguns at buildings, and when you are in you're crawling in a field and you're literally gonna be right next to each other. But you know, other than that, they did their job. It was fine. They did good. 15 eliminations. They pushed towards the north, even though they were holding good control in center because they wanted to clear that space and they knew that they could get invaded in the warehouses. They cleared, well, okay, they didn't exactly clear YKG, but they were in the process of clearing everyone else up there, and then just piece by piece came down with the high ground and eliminated everybody.
Yeah, and they did help Men of 4 eliminate YKG because they were their part. By the way, Hyper was their part in a little bit of that fight, and it kind of caused some commotion. Men of 4, talking about them, they were able to get 8 eliminations in that last match. And also a team that you've been wanting to talk about that we were talking at the beginning when I asked you, which team do you think is going to surprise us today? You said Golden Eagles, and Golden Eagles has delivered a tiny bit with this performance of 11 points.
Yeah, it's definitely a good start. 6 elimination points, 5 placement. Listen, the only place they can go is up. Well, okay, not anymore. I guess they could go right back down. But this is the process. Hopefully this is the process.
Positive vibes, Cam. Positive vibes. Talking about positive vibes too.
It's hard sometimes.
I know it's really hard, but MEZEXIS was able to at least get those 5 points, and then we go here, a team that we were also talking at the beginning of the show. Excuse. I was expecting a little bit more, but they're kind of starting to fall on the trap that we were talking about. With those placement points, yeah, they're able to get 2 placement points here. The eliminations, not that much. Besides the chicken dinner, I think this team doesn't really have what it takes to end up in that top 7 or that top 5 after today.
Yeah, honestly, it's looking that way. It really is looking that way. And that we do want to acknowledge how difficult this particular game of Vikendi was with how much water there was in play for the majority of the game. Granted, Vikendi does usually give you a lot of compounds to try and keep yourselves isolated in, but you also can easily just having to send into one of those compounds, you can get shot at from another angle, or if the compound is already taken.
Yeah.
So this is definitely not a straightforward Vikendi game. But at this point, if that's your excuse for why you didn't do well, then you got bigger problems.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. By the way, 2 teams we're talking about from the beginning, Execute, YKG. Before we even get started, it's a time for me to get my luggage, Cam, and just get off the train. Are we still in the YKG train?
Gather it up. Gather it up.
Okay.
Pack everything back up.
Okay.
Get your jacket all suited and everything. Get your shoes on. And maybe start to stand up from your seat, because that YKG train is looking a lot rockier, significantly rockier than it is right now.
Yeah, it really is.
Sorry, it's looking a lot rockier now. Sorry, I got distracted by looking up the numbers. It's significantly rockier right now than it was at last week or the start of this week.
Yeah, and the reason why we're comparing these 2 teams, just to remind everybody, is because Execute was trying to catch up to YKG, especially not just on this overall, but of the overall from all the weeks. Execute so far, even though they've only played 2 matches in comparison to the 3 of YKG today, they are currently putting a lot more average survival time. But for YKG, I mean, at least they're able to put up those eliminations. I do feel like, though, Joey keeps getting caught overextending quite often, at least so far today.
Yeah, I honestly can't diagnose what the issue is, but I also don't want to put all the pressure on YKG, because Execute's numbers, they're barely better at all. This is what I feared when we talked about at the top of the show of Hyper is the only team at the top that is consistently performing at the top, so that gap there is only getting wider and wider. And while YKG do still have I don't know if it's comfortable anymore, but there is still a gap between them and 3rd place on the overall.
Oh.
Hyper are just look at that. That's almost 40 points ahead. They started today with 25 points ahead, 2nd place.
Hyper's wow.
They're running away with everything. They're running away with everything. YKG and Execute are letting them run away with everything. There's no consistency in the middle ground here, which is good for teams like Dope Slayers, good for teams like Chosen, good for teams like WALLSTREETBETS, who are able to sort of use that chaos and try and climb back up themselves and really fight for those bonus points. But if you're a team, at this point, Hyper is going to have 40 bonus points going into the grand finals, and the second closest team is going to have half that.
Yeah, and I
If
love
even.
this. I love right now what this numbers that I'm seeing from NHyper, especially not just the placement points, the elimination points. I mean, they currently have a 37-point lead to the second place team in regards to elims, which is going to be YKG with 66. That is so impressive, and I hope that this team continues on this form. I hope that there's no drop-off. I know it's a little bit unrealistic. They are probably going to have one match where they are going to just stumble a little bit. But please continue on this form, because this is a team right now that, to me, is starting to focus on the finals. Yeah, they're starting to do everything that they can to, once they get to the finals, they'll make sure they'll use those 3 days wisely, and they'll make sure that they end up in first place.
Yeah, and if you want to do a direct comparison to another team, just looking at how, granted, getting the wins, that 6 to 10 point jump is important, but it is not everything. Look at WALLSTREETBETS, who played one fewer match, sure, but the same number of wins, and there's still like a 40 to 50 point gap there.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Let's take a look at some of the other teams, though, that they are going to be fighting to at least stay here within the 16 page. Golden Eagles, you know what? I'm going to go all the way down there, because Golden Eagles, with that performance in the last match, now they're going to be able to jump up. I think they were, if I'm not mistaken, in 18th place going into that last match to at least 15th. And then Puppeteer, that's a train I'm definitely going to start getting off of, because Puppeteer just has not been the same. They haven't shown me anything that I saw from them last week, and it's just not working out, Puppeteer. It's just not working out.
I mean, granted, better than these four at the bottom. BOPE, K19.
Yeah.
I mean, K19, that's 16 points total, is insane. That's barely over 1 point a game.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. I don't know what to tell you in regards to that. What's crazy, too, is I'm seeing Metaphor right now in 18th place, right? And even then, they were able to take on YKG. I'm hoping that might give them a spark, okay? A spark of just being brave and wanting to take more fights and wanting to go for those pushes. But then the opposite of that is that they only have 7 placement points.
Yeah. No, and I hope that they are able to tell themselves that it's because they beat them straightforward and they should have confidence going into it. But we all know that YKG just overpushed that. As usual, got overconfident, thought they could take on the world, and just gave themselves up one at a time.
Yeah, well, you know what? We've been talking about Vikendi. Let's see what the next map is going to be, because if I'm not mistaken, which I have been wrong in regards to this order. Yep, I was going to say Miramar. Miramar's actually last. We're going back to Erangel, and Group B is going to be sitting out, which is going to be K19 Esports and NHyper, which is going to be nice for a lot of the other teams now that they're not going to have to worry about NHyper. I'm going to be looking at the Chosen. That's a team that has being able to perform well. We saw them there in the first stage of the overall. And I actually want to see a little bit more about Super Laser Reflex. We heard Hot Juke saying how some of the teams, it is the first time they are playing in a PMPL. They do tend to get quiet whenever things don't go their way or whenever they are very focused. And I feel like that's a little bit of a flash of what we saw in that Sanhok. But we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with SLR. Yeah. By the way, for everybody watching, please let us know. Do you think SLR got what it takes to make a comeback? Please let me know and use the hashtag PMPL NA. I'm not going to predict anything, okay? I'm just going to keep quiet, because I actually want to see the talent predictions so far for today, because if you remember right, I said, Dave, I wanted a 5 for 5. I was sending my boy Mustache Dave positive vibes, and so far, he's 2 for 3.
Yeah,
2 out of
so
3.
Not 5 for 5. He's already failed you.
But I mean, just saying, I'm giving him all my good energy. So
it's better. It's not 0. Let's start at that.
Even though I will say, and I think you caught this too, he did pick SLR during that Erangel, and as soon as they got eliminated, he was okay, right? You know what? I'm gonna go with Dope. So Dave,
and
we're
then
keeping
he
an eye on
typed in
you.
the chat that he was going with Dope. That's the fact that production let him get away with that is that's
Addy, can we
ref.
deduct the point? Yes. Yes? Okay. They're going to go back. They're going to look into it, and I think we might be able to deduct
yeah,
the
really?
point.
Actually, they're going to do it.
Hot Jukes? Dave? I'm sorry? Question mark?
I'm not. Oh, let's go.
Yes.
Listen, you can't put this on me. I was just joking around. I have 0 power here. This is the production's decision, and theirs alone.
He did say cheating in the chat, so just...
No influence. I have 0 influence here at all. I am not pushing anyone one way or another.
Dave, how could production do this to you, Dave? Huh? How could they do it? 600 USUC giveaway code right there at the bottom. Mustache Dave and the Chosen now have something in common. Guys, we are in match number 4. Look, man, look what you done, dude. Dave, he's hurt. My man's hurt.
Hey, I'm just typing in this code, man. You know what? I am just typing in the code. Keep feeding me my UC. I'm good to go. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the boys at the desk, honestly. I don't know what they're talking about, but they see me coming. They see me making my predictions in Zone 6 like them, and they get mad, Hot Jukes. You know what I'm saying? They get mad. I'm finally submitting my homework at the very last minute, and I'm getting the answers right. But it is what it is. Looking forward to this game as we got 2 more games to go, baby. 2 more games to go as we're going to look at the team sitting on out and Hyper out. Going to be big chilling after that winner chicken dinner. So now that my blood pressure went down a little bit here, Hot Jukes.
Okay.
What I was trying to say on Vikendi at the end, the double barrel shotgun, these players are getting really comfortable because I wasn't a fan of the mid-range spray down in the open. Oof. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know you're getting comfortable when you're whipping out the shotgun. It's going boom, 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 boom. Instead of like a classic M4. What are your thoughts on that, man? Or is it just me? Am I just being a hater with double barrel shotgun?
I don't know. I think there's plenty of people hating on the double barrel shotgun right now. That's for sure. I mean, it is a brutal gun to deal with. I mean, you saw, I mean, even at mid-range, they just had to put their trust in it because if it just hits just right, it could be easy knock. And unfortunately, right, we didn't see anything too wild, I think, in the last match to afford a complete change of thought. But still, that M4 was the one that got it done. I mean, he switched to that M4 right there at the end and got the knock onto N-Hyper.
Yeah. Exactly. In the M4, we trust here as we're going to be looking at the Golden Eagles. Pretty solid last game. Pretty solid. I do give them props for making that push onto N-Hyper, one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest in the lobby right now, right behind YKG, as they're looking to make a comeback, man. They're looking to make that come up. We saw a couple weeks ago, Golden Eagles doing their thing, but they kind of slowed down just a little bit since then. But we talk about this often, that all it takes is that one game, that one match to really get that confidence flowing, get the vibes up on the squad. And I feel like last game for the Golden Eagles, that was their game, you know, the vibes upper, you know, the one that really gets them going into the last matches of the evening. So I don't know what the question is. Oh, who will have the most eliminations? I'm going right now. Golden Eagles, based on my point that I just made right now with having that game, that uplifting moment of the evening. I think they're uplifted. I think they're feeling good. So with that in mind, I think they should get the most eliminations this game. Golden Eagles locking it in. First zone.
Wow.
Teacher's pet. You know, I'm the kid that brings the apple on day number 1. That's what I'm doing right now with the Golden Eagles.
Woo-wee. The squad that lands in Pachinki. Instant lock-in, zone number 1. The boldness from Dave. That is what I'm talking about right here. Can they accomplish it?
But Jukes, listen, I'll pick it in zone 1 if it's double or nothing.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So if I get it right, I need 2 points, not 1, like the other guys on the desk picking in circle 6. I think that's fair. If we're making up rules now, I'm making up the rule. Oh, they said deal. They said deal.
They said deal. They did say deal.
Does that mean I lose? That means I lose 2 points then. If I'm wrong? I think so. Double or nothing. That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes.
Well,
I don't lose points. Okay.
You don't lose points. That's right, because that's what
okay.
double or nothing means. That is correct. That is correct.
Okay.
So, all right, Dave. Well, 2 points for Dave if
2
Golden
points.
Eagles get the most eliminations.
Love it.
Here to start things off.
Love it.
That would be insane to see and make things extra interesting in my eyes.
Thanks.
Bold, nice. Well played, Dave. Well played.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So getting into this game, just in case the people in the chat are wondering what the heck are these guys talking about. Hey, we're on match number 4 of Erangel, day number 3 of the PMPL NA 2023. Welcome on into the stream. Thanks for tuning on in with us and listening to us chat about PUBG Mobile on your Friday evening. Thank you. Let us know in the chat how you feeling, how you doing, what's for dinner. I'm always interested in that topic as well. But circle number 6, Hot Jukes, or circle number 1. We saw it. It has some water in play, shooting range all the way up there. Even Zarky is kind of in play right now, surprisingly enough. A lot of teams in the south already got that loot real early on, got that vehicle. Now making the push, the approach up towards the north. And the Golden Eagles, ooh, I got the eye in the sky, and I do like the spot they're taking up right now. I do, what is it called? Cube? It's that little building that overlooks the bridge by Mount Everest. I do like that position.
It is a good one for the zone because they're betting on whether the zone possibly even goes back south. So I don't mind it at all for the Golden Eagles. Can they hold it though, Dave? That is the question. Can they hold on to that position? Looks like Wall Street Bets is nearby, and Wall Street Bets has been on a tear today, Dave.
That's true, but they did sit out last game. So you never know.
Sit out.
You never know. They might have lost that steam, that momentum, that hunger during the break. So we'll see. Wall Street Bets, like you mentioned, not too far from the Golden Eagles. Same thing with the Chosen up north in shooting range. But Jukes, let me ask you, like, what are you looking forward to here on this Erangel match this evening? What does Jukes look forward to?
I am looking forward to seeing Execute put some points on the board. That's number 1. I'm also looking forward to seeing YKG make something crazy happen, since they've been, you know, a little bit quiet today. At the same time, I think that they have been performing so well in this tournament. They got nothing to worry about. They're just trying new stuff out. I talked to Joey yesterday. Okay, the man, the myth, the legend. Okay, and I asked him, Joey, are your gun skills truly finely tuned yet? Okay, this is a big throwback for those guys that know Joey and know his Twitter. I asked him, and you know what he said? He said, no, Dave.
No.
There's still tuning to be done.
Oof.
He gave all the props to his squad. He said that, man, you know what? These 3 players I got on my team, they just sit. All I have to do is sit back and relax and just do the work. So, still tuning his gun skill, Joey is.
Yeah.
Love to see that.
How does that make you feel? Because I'm looking at Joey. We're at the later half of week number 2 of PMPL NA, and you're gonna tell me one of the star players in the lobby is still tuning?
Yep.
Still tuning? Yep. That has me a little concerned, Hot Jukes. And
he's saying, you know what?
What?
Never enough. You could always get better.
Yeah, okay. Never enough. Well, hopefully it's tuned up to the maximum, because Fears is out for the next couple days. So we'll have to pump it up just a little bit, because Fears has been a standout player for the squad when it comes to racking up elim points and just being an all-around good player on the squad, you know, that puzzle piece to make you one of the top teams in NA. Next circle goes up. Golden Eagles are in some vehicles, giving up that position. I don't know about that one. I really like that cube spot. I still think it's pretty decent. Giving it up to send towards runes, Hot Jukes. That is...
It's a good bet. It's a good bet, honestly. Like, their position right now is trying to gamble whether it's a split zone. So they have to decide on whether that zone's going to go up or down. They're going to take ruins completely. So they're betting that it does shift south, but they're still close enough to where if all goes wrong, they should be able to possibly shift up to the north. I'm not sure about this split from Golden Eagles, though. This does concern me.
Yeah. I mean, I bet a lot on it, so we'll see what will happen here this time around.
Most eliminations, YKG.
Okay, YKG. Oh, Hot Jukes is... Oh, they already got 2. What's going on, man?
YKG, I'm betting it. I'm putting it in already. Zone number 2.
It is early. It is early. So respect. Stage 2, YKG Gonna be up there for Hot Chooks. They are just west of school. So they might actually clash here with Golden Eagles. Hopefully Golden Eagles, they do have that church position at the top, the high ground and ruins.
Coming.
Hopefully they can see them coming. But it looks like YKG, they got their 2 elims. Now they're just going to pull up and kind of play the zone here. Going to be content for the time being. I have to give it to... Hold up. Are you getting double or nothing too for YKG? No.
I think a point and a half. I think a point and a half. You know, anybody that would predict after me, though, it's only 1 point.
So if I predict next game's winner right now, that's 5 points then. This is getting out of control, Hot Chooks. You agree?
I agree.
No.
I think it's worth it. Worth it.
Oh, come on. Okay. I was about to say, I like that we're getting to see these players at a slower pace because you get to kind of look at the macro or the micro plays when it comes to like them keeping their vehicles full safe, them taking the time to properly park them in garages. Like that's just them trying to keep their utilities secure for the next zones moving forward. And it's these little plays that they all add up, you know, in a game like PUBG Mobile, especially in competitive. So I do like the ability for us to see these slow games and really get to appreciate the plays.
This zone is horrible
that they make. But the Golden Eagles, okay, not too bad for the Golden Eagles when it comes to elims over there in the ruins. They are going to have
zone.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of open sight lines. Hopefully, they are going to be prepared, as mostly everyone on that side is going to be in vehicles right now. So that's exactly what you want to see if you're a Golden Eagles fan, looking for them to get some elims.
If you're a Golden Eagles fan, you are cringing at the zone because this is a tough one. I mean, it's most likely going to shift either to the center or north.
But when it comes to getting elims, though, the potential is pretty high right now.
That is true, because they're going to have a lot of opportunities to gatekeep. The problem is that Ruins is a very difficult place to hold. Let's see if they can hold it, though. Let's see if they can hold it. Skills of Mind is on the move. Every team is on the move after this zone, because this one is tough. I wonder which squad is going to take Dare to full send it on in the center and underneath that bridge.
Yeah. Little island boy action. So yeah, the Golden Eagles, I still like their position though. I know it's going to be tough moving forward, but you got the Phoenix Esports and also Execute in that area that they might clash and you can third party easily. But getting back to that, we got a little snake action, a little snake battle right now. Got Skills of Mine and the Chosen snaking it out within grenade range. 2 nades right here. 3 smokes. Kaji. Ooh, no grenades, no mollies. It's gonna come down to that gun skill. AKM in a bush. Ooh, just listening on in.
Play it quiet. Play it sneaky. Clown. YKG getting into it with MEZEXIS. So I see a battle here. Uh-oh, Beowulf is down.
Uh-oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
24K said uh-oh. That one hurt.
Oh. 24K getting pieced up, increased up pretty well, but they are going to be up against the duo of MEZEXIS, so the chances are in their favor here, especially with 4 up on their side. I hope that pickup was successful on Beowulf out there in the distance, because that's going to be the Golden Eagles and Phoenix Esports clashing.
Hayuya just ran over Fate from Execute, so... And Jason. What is Hayuya doing? He just ran over 2 players from Execute. Was it 3? Oh, I don't know. It was definitely 2. So Hayuya getting the run over on the 2 players that Execute. That leaves Dope with 3. And yep, this is what I was talking about. That split is so dangerous. And now Golden Eagles are going to have to defend against Phoenix.
Yeah, the duo that was holding down the high top of the church getting bullied out of their position, I believe, because Baby Tang was, remember, Baby Tang was knocked. That allowed the opportunity for Phoenix to make the push up at their doorstep. And you were concerned about this split for good reason, as now we see the duo, Stranger and Baby Tang, trying to toss that little smoke tunnel to group back up with their squad mates.
Let's see what Golden Eagles is going to do. I think that they are...
You have to fight Phoenix. You cannot retreat right now. I mean, looking at the zone, looking ahead.
They're done.
All you could do is swim.
Dave, all we could do is talk about another team right now, because honestly, Golden Eagles are done.
Whoa, relax, man.
This zone is not
Who'd you pick again?
I pick YKG.
They're done. YKG are done, man. Don't even worry about YKG. They're just done.
Hey,
They're
don't
done.
even worry about what. Don't worry about YKG. But you know what you got to worry about? That river right there, because Golden Eagles got nowhere to go.
Okay,
Dude. They got to cross.
both our
They
teams
got to
need
cross
to
the
worry
water.
about the river, though. Both of them. Okay, in all fairness, just pointing that out. Hot Jukes, the obvious. As Phoenix Esports, they pulled out. They didn't want to push this, very surprisingly enough to me. So Golden Eagles are going to have an opportunity to swim.
This is a tough swim, though. I mean, Phoenix are going up the bridge early because they know the position that they're in. They're going to be pushing on to Reckless here, and he's on fire. It's a Reckless barbecue dinner. And, oh, man, Diamonds is, he's cooking. He is cooking, Dave.
Let it cook, dude. Let it cook. And what hurts even more is the position that we're seeing right now is where the Golden Eagles held down in circle number 1 but gave up. So, it hurts, man. But the Phoenix Esports NA looking to make the push over here, looking just to survive, honestly, is that's going to be Dope Slayers a little north of them. They got at least a duo of Puppeteers right now holding them down. And Phoenix, they are hurting right now, Hot Jukes. They are just looking for some love when it comes to some cover, to just trying to survive.
Looking for love in all the wrong places, Dave. Because this is a ridiculous zone. This is honestly one of the most toxic circles because there's hardly any real estate at all to cover. There's a few hills, but not to mention you got that long bridge right in the water and making things that much more tough. Valix getting beamed. Panthers. Zuko, only one up left.
Big yikes. One team that has been impressive, I know they sat out last game, but WALLSTREETBETS and just their positioning, their ability to just read these zones and play. We'll get back to that because YKG, they're pushing SLR, and Peekaboo is going to be down and out. Dragon Baby back against the wall in a corner. Chico say, not today. Sprang him down with the SK-12.
Chico!
Was spotted and tagged, but the teamwork. And now it's just Joey, though. The third party.
He's coming up to... what he's doing is he's pressing just to make sure nobody pushes for free. Allowing his entire team to get reses. This is the 1000 IQ from Joey. The man, the myth, the legend. And now, Joey is currently summoning the zone to go towards him. He's doing his little dancey dance right now. Looking up to the sky. Currently amplifying that call. Zoning it on in, and gets it, baby.
Okay, they get it.
And gets it.
Yeah. But what do they do with it?
You know who didn't get it? Golden Eagles.
The thing is, I don't want the Golden Eagles to get the zone because then if they do, they're just going to be passive. They're just going to be chilling. I want them to be on the outskirts. I want them to be sweeping the zone. I want them to be third party and just taking up the Elam points. That's what they need to be doing. I don't want them to be comfortable right now. This is a good zone for just that, as they're going to be making their way in right behind the Angry Amateurs. We're just playing that bridge troll right now, underneath the bridge, not moving. So to me, if I'm the Golden Eagles, that's 2 free points, baby. And that's exactly what I need.
Well, Dong is now locked in on the Golden Eagles as Rise goes down. And the prediction for the day is, or for this game, is who will get the most eliminations. I do believe to see Cameron Davis at 7. Putting in Dope right now at the 5th circle. Yep. You'll see them right there. I pick YKG. Dave picks the Golden Eagles. Ronnie from Phoenix putting some shots downrange. And Beowulf. Clearing the bridge.
The B-zone.
Canary, take the shots.
DPS.
Why wait?
DP.
Another chance?
Let it rip.
Another chance?
Let it sink. Blow up the buggy. Blow up the buggy. The reload.
Beowulf. What is happening? Those are free.
Popping the tires. Make sure to pop the other tires at least, because there are 2 buggies over here. Man, this one getting me a little nervous. Okay, there goes one. At least take them out. But yeah, going back to WALLSTREETBETS, they have had some really heads-up rotations and just zones here. And I am just appreciating their ability to read ahead and pick these really solid positions to hold down here until late game. This is they know the zones here, Hot Jukes. They know the algorithm. They put in a lot of hours of work to study VODs, you can tell. And it's been paying off.
What do you think Casper studied?
Snake, Jumanji, something along those lines.
He's got to watch out for Dope, though, because Dope is coming right behind him. And he's been in that buggy, just driving around. Bray is deadly with that buggy. We saw him get that double elimination on the Chosen right towards the end of that last Erangel game we played. And now he's hunting for some more, looking to cook it up, looking to catch Casper. Oh, he hears Baby Tank, though. This is your squad, Dave. Golden Eagles have to let their wings
Look how many
fly.
players are stacked right now on this west side. They're just all right there on the edge, too, of the zone.
The zone.
Yeah.
This zone is brutal. No real estate at all, no cover. I mean, it's all just a sloping hill, wide open in the field. Men of 4 is dead center, but I mean, that's because no team is looking down.
Oh, what happened to
yet.
Beowulf? He didn't get the pickup.
Let him cook. Let him. Golden Strangers in the water. Not looking good for Golden Eagles. And the zone. Further onto YKG. You know that's what you want to see as Chico is in the water. Joey, ready for any team that even looks in this direction. Remix is now on his radar.
Ooh, Remix, though. Remix has the radar. It's going to be looking right on top of Joey. So I think Remix has Joey's number.
Okay.
Going to allow the protection for Clown to reach the shoreline here.
Let's see what the plan
Ooh, we'll get back to that.
Oh, Dope!
Oh, what happened here, fellas? You know what happened? Casper! No way!
Wow!
Casper with the third party!
Casper so huge, making things that much more difficult. Slimmy has got...
Slimmy
he's got to
doesn't know
go
what's
down.
happening right now.
Yeah,
Slimmy's
Slimmy's
trying to
got to
cook
hit
a
the
grenade, trying to maybe get it confirmed, but their teammates are too pushed up. He might take them out as well.
There goes the Panthers.
What a mess
This zone.
right there. Yeah, this zone is causing a lot of issues.
Run, Casper. Go.
Nesquik is right in front of Casper.
Finish.
Nesquik, turn around, Nesquik. Behind you.
He caught him?
Behind you.
Casper?
Behind you.
Caught him?
No. The
shotgun.
Come
No,
on.
that's not
Shotgun
good.
versus
That's not-
UMP. Oh, Nesquik got him, though.
Tensa, it's your time to shine, buddy. You were on the other side. I know you're looking in this direction. Next goes down in 3 seconds. Nope.
Got him.
Done.
Got him.
Done. Hey, Golden Eagle's still up. Golden
up,
Eagles
baby.
is still alive
Still
in a
up.
dream. Is not looking good for eliminations, though.
Eliminations, though? Casper at 6. Hot Jukes.
Casper at 6.
Wow.
Unbelievable. How he got that many points, I have no clue. The man is on another level. YKG has their full squad up as Tensa just got pieced up on the way down this hill. It's really YKG just looking up and WALLSTREETBETS full laying down. WALLSTREETBETS making it to the end game, though, with 6 eliminations. This is their day.
Yeah. I mean, I was complimenting them earlier on. They've been playing these zones to perfection here. Nice and slow, nice and steady, moving together as a unit, keeping everybody up for the most part till late game. They lost 1 in the process, but they got 6 elims, so it doesn't even matter. Now Kubi with the intel downrange on the Golden Eagles. But the water still being the deciding factor here, Hot Juke. Splitting the zone right down the middle. Depending on which way it goes, north or south, that's really going to be like the deciding factor on who gets this winner wearing chicken dinner here. You got WALLSTREETBETS in the north, Tensa, Golden Eagles on the little island, and then YKG in the south.
I'll tell you what, if that zone goes north, YKG just... it's YKG has to hold on to that M4 real tight and gonna have to hit some shots. That's the only way.
Yeah, because they can't swim. There's gonna be ducks swimming out there enjoying the sunshine. Yeah, not what you want
Chico's
to be
quacking
here in
right
a battle
now.
royale.
Oh, look at the zone. Centering up. Chico might be able to make it to that rock right there. And he's gonna go over for the vehicle explosion. And he catches D! How do you get exploded by that vehicle, D? How?
BB things smoking themselves too. Like the duo from Golden Eagles have an opportunity right now to get some nice shots onto YKG.
It's Golden Eagles, come on.
Strangers in the water. What are we doing in the...
You ain't leaving that water, buddy. I'm telling you right now, these are some underwater eagles if I've ever seen them. And Baby Tang is feeling it. Chico?
So with D getting taken out from Wall Street Bets, that lessens their odds of winning here for sure, because D has been the highlight player, that standout player from the squad here tonight. And I believe Kubi recognizing that, tossing out some smokes, trying to go for that pickup, but it's going to be really risky, especially with the sightlines that Chico's got going down over here.
Nice smokes from Chico, just to be able to make sure that he makes it into this next zone. And he's also setting up the smokes for the rest of his squad to get here. But where do you go from there? That's the question.
You hit the shots, like you said. You got to hit the
hit
shots.
You wide open. Yeah, go back.
Now.
Yeah, okay.
You want to end it now.
Another smoke coming up. Forsyth!
Ooh, has a vehicle to work with, though. Could just send that into the water.
Did he get picked up? I believe it looks like he did.
He's ready to go. He's ready to send it into the water here. Oh, that's a clutch pickup, though. Massive for Wall Street Bets. But that pickup allowed 3 members of YKG to swim because they were occupied going for their revive. Look at this, Jukes. Oh, massive for YKG.
Chico's going to stay in the back, and Chico could not get knocked here. And he realizes he's in trouble because he's only got 1 smoke left. Yeah, he has to make a decision on what to do. Kubi is making some shots. Golden Eagles is honestly the disruptor, to be honest. Don't forget about Tensa, though.
If they do something.
Oh, it's happening. Something is happening, that's for sure. Baby Tang, Chico is just getting pieced up from that angle. 24K hits the water. Wall Street Bets have all the angles. Joey catching Stranger is going to be, Baby Tang's going to be huge. It's up to Stranger.
From the shoreline with the UMP as well. So, my goodness. Oh, what? Okay. We're just getting the intel. 24K is getting pushed over here. By Baby Tang.
Oh!
There goes the Golden Eagles.
Golden Eagles are done by Chico. And how is YKG still moving? Tensa gets the knockout at Chico. Kubi, I believe, steals it away from him. Joey!
Tensa could win this.
He really can. With his ankle?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, he got
it. Open, though. They had his number.
10 eliminations for YKG? How is this team pushing like this? This is ridiculous. Wall Street Bets should have won this. No problem.
Yeah.
If Wall Street Bets loses this, this is gonna irk them for sure. Because YKG, by all means, shouldn't have even made it across this water.
Yeah, Chico played a really important part in allowing their teammates to make it across the water there.
D going down is massive. Joey now has a disgusting off angle. 24K was able to run up here for free, and now he's throwing nades. That's going to let Jiwoon know that there is a player nearby. Is he going to get spotted, though, by the other teammate?
Ooh!
He's 1 HP. The blue zone might get him. The blue zone. Oh, Joey, the toes! Joey with the toes! And now 24K wide up. It should be an easy dub for YKG. Welcome back.
Massive right there. Very impressive, too. Just the teamwork that went into YKG even getting into the northern part of the land right there. Chico did pay the price of their life, but Chico holding down that backside, the oversight to allow their squad mates to swim for free, essentially, while Wall Street Bets were going for that pickup onto D was massive. So Chico definitely staying back. Was the play of the game for me, that playmaker that won him the chicken. But at the end of the day, these fellas, Hot Jukes, they can hit them shots, man. At the end of the day, they hit them shots on everybody. Lasers in the lobby right here from YKG.
Just disgusting. Hey, gotta give big props to Casper as well with those 6 eliminations. That could have been easy. Guys, we got 1 more game left to go. Production, I want my 1.5.
I want my 5 points. Come on.
Cameron, our doubts have been answered. We were wondering when YKG was going to wake up. So you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my luggage and I'm just going to sit down and I'm going to let you take it away. Just
listen,
do your thing.
Listen, I was about to get off on this stop, but they skipped my stop. They skipped it. I'm still on. I'm still riding. I'm still coasting. And the scenery out here looks so much nicer. We cleared the part of the trip where the track needed some serious renovations.
There was a storm.
We cleared through the rough part of town, and we are out into the beautiful scenery once again. YKG coming out on top. Not just the win, but with 13 elimination points, and you know that was not the easiest round to play, handling around that water, handling around that liver island. And granted, I do think Casper deserves a little bit of cut off the top, or Intensa as well. Both of those two players deserve a little something for how they helped YKG. But the dark is gone, the clouds are gone. YKG back on top.
They definitely do. By the way, Golden Eagles, I feel like they were a bit of a distraction too for Wall Street Bets. Overall, though, I do have to agree with what Dave was saying. Chico played such a big part there for YKG, for them to be able to actually get in the position to even win that. By the way, going to the second page here, the Chosen only able to get 2 points. Puppeteer going back to what we're used to seeing out of them. Those 4 solid eliminations. And then if we keep going down, SLR there with 0. BOPE Esports, we saw there's, especially BOPE, we saw what they did earlier. 0 points out of them as well. That's just...
Who knew that the wildest zone that we've seen today would have the most standard leaderboard?
We did expect a little bit more madness. By the way, at least YKG showing they had to fight their way into that circle. You heard us talk about it. For them to be able to put up 2,600 damage with those 30 limbs is huge. But for Wall Street Bets, I will give them a little bit of credit. They did take on some fights against the Chosen. They were able to win that, and they were able to at least put themselves in a position where they got to throw the game.
Okay, that's a bit too far. That's a bit too much. But either way, Wall Street Bets looking really good today. The 2 wins coming up with a 3rd place, a spiritual 2nd, and it's looking exciting.
Yeah, what I'm seeing out of YKG, especially that last match, is that they did switch a player. It wasn't Fears, and it was actually a different player. And then 24K, we're getting flashbacks here, Cam. 24K being able to put up the most damage, with the most eliminations too. But I feel like Chico, once again, I have to give him some props. The work he was able to put up for his team, the smokes he was able to put up, it's not going to be reflected here in this stats, but he did amazing in that match.
Yeah, listen, numbers, stats are one thing, but it really is about how you are executing. It's gonna sound silly. How you execute those numbers and the way to give you and your team. This is off the grid. But no.
I know what you mean.
Point is, I agree with what Seven is saying. You cannot replicate. You cannot represent some factors, a lot of factors actually, in a game in just a pure number chart like this. So we do want to give a shout out to Chico for that great play. You can call it supporting play for the covering fire and just the pressure, but you can also just call it like game-winning play.
Yeah, and I'm actually happy too that YKG did that on the last match of today, and they decided to make that little roster change there on the last match of today for them. By the way, we still have another game coming up, but good to see that out of YKG. But talking about another map coming up, Miramar is going to be coming out. So let's take a look at the top performances so far in Miramar, because I'm intrigued to see who's going to be up there. And I'm intrigued to see maybe YKG is going to be up there, which they are. And N-Hyper's at the top. So you know what? That's going to be even better for some of the other teams, not having to worry about YKG and Miramar.
Yeah, but N-Hyper are back in the mix, and they're going to be taking a lot of scalps, I think. Seeing YKG come back up, if anything, going to put a fire under them that they cannot be comfortable with their lead. Not that I think that they are, just they always look so clean with whatever they're doing. They're looking better and better the further along in this event we go. But good to see Execute as well as Chosen, 2 teams that we're looking at to push towards the secured top 3, top 5 sort of position here, also in the mix to be able to have a good end of the day.
By the way, another team that I'm seeing here that's going to be sitting out on this next Miramar is going to be Phoenix, which, I mean, that's 2 out of the top 5 teams. I know you don't. I know you don't, but some of the other teams.
The Phoenix, don't care. Like the Phoenix have looked so terrible today. They've looked so bad today. I am still tilted by that bridge camp from the first Erangel game. That was one of the I'll be honest, the dumbest things I've seen. So I'm glad I think they need to go to timeout.
I don't know what fight you're talking about. Are you referring to that 7-minute fight that they weren't sure if they wanted to continue on and then they ran out? Yeah. Anyways, I was thinking more of those teams towards the bottom that actually need the points or are going to be playing in this next match. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to take advantage of at least 2 out of the top 5 teams being out. And as I mentioned, Miramar is going to be coming. Group A is going to be sitting out, which is going to be one of Vigilantes, Super Lazy Reflex, YKG, and Phoenix. Then we're going to be having back Hyper. Do you think Hyper's got what it takes to get this win in Miramar?
Yeah, they always have what it takes. If I wanted to be like Dave and make a shotgun call at the start of every match before the plane was even in the air, just end Hyper. Whatever the metric is, whether it's win, whether it's eliminations, whether it's even just top 3, end Hyper.
Are we gonna lock it in right now for 5 points? Right? Is that's what?
For 5?
That's
I'll do it for 5.
That's the
I will do
rules
it for
that
5.
Dave was putting up. He said before we even go into the match.
I'll do it for 5.
Count us both in for Hyper. If it's for the win, we'll have to win and see. Let us know who you're going to be picking for the next match. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA. Follow us on YouTube. By the way, YouTube, you guys didn't even guess what single word right. Maybe at the next one. We'll have to win and see. Podjix, Mustache Dave, what do you guys win?
Typical chat.
This match. Let me know. For 1 point.
For 1 point, dude. All I know is that I heard nothing about my half a point, Dave. All right, so this is already a bad sign. Okay, these guys want 5 points?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on here? Okay.
I'm just glad I picked YKG to win most elims that game because I was able to double or nothing. So I had 2 points, so I doubled or nothing. So now I got 5. So I'm actually ahead of everybody else. It's amazing.
Gaming.
It's amazing. Gaming at its finest. And talking about gaming at its finest, ladies and gentlemen, UC code giveaway. Last game of the evening. I'm on top. 5 points. You should also be on top. So unlock your potential by getting the UC, baby.
That is what I'm talking about. Last game of the day. Let's get some hype in the chat. I am currently watching the chat as they are reacting to the game.
They're like, oh my goodness,
finishing.
Dave was so right. Yep. Shout out to the chat.
Everybody assuming that WALLSTREETBETS is going to win that last match, but little do they know. It's all about YKG at the end. Disgusting. YKG not playing in this one. And Hyper is, though. That is a team you definitely got to worry about. You will find them somewhere in the high ground of Miramar. Because, man, these guys, that's one thing I have locked in on when it comes to Hyper is wherever they position themselves, they always look for that high ground. Getting that vision, lay of the land, that intel, it has just worked for them so well, Dave.
Yeah, they love it. They told me they're cutting through this lobby like it's cheese, Hot Jukes. And from that high ground position, that's some Swiss cheese for you. You know what I'm saying?
That's correct.
That nice, smooth
that
cheese.
Gouda.
That Gouda cheese, easily sliced, is what they're looking for here.
I see.
Talking about slicing up some cheese, excuse on the coastlines out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, safe. Love it. James looking for some loot. Ooh, we'll get back to that because Nesquik looking to get pieced up and creased up in a 2v1 right now.
Hey, you gotta.
Oh, let him punch out. Let him punch out. Oh, come on. I thought we were going to have a good old-fashioned punch out in the barn right now, man. What? Then he whipped out the sawed-off shotgun. All bets were off the table.
I am shocked that I saw Faye even hesitate with the M4. You know what I'm saying? But maybe he thought it was going to be a punch out.
Gentleman's
bet.
saw
that.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Gentleman's bet, man. See who wins. You know what I'm saying?
That shotgun, though. That shotgun got him nervous, though, for a second. You know? It did. He was like, you know what? All right, I'm busting out this pistol. Because, I mean, that's how I think traumatized these players are when it comes to the shotgun. DBS.
He whips out the gun, yep.
Even though it was just a sawed-off, you know, the ringing of the DBS came in their head, and it was just full panic.
Well, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Maybe next time they'll realize the gentleman's bets. But talking about bets here right now, we got Picado, we got BOPE, we got WALLSTREETBETS, and then Team Mobility and Power Grid. So Team Mobility have a good opportunity to get some loot real quick and possibly try to third party this once when they hear them shots ringing on out. But WALLSTREETBETS kind of locked down, kind of pinned down for the time being. Of course, both teams have a lot of room that they can easily evacuate the area if they wanted to, Hot Jukes. But let's be real. Game 5, you know there's a team disrespecting your drop spot. Are you really going to evacuate after getting that loot? Are you really?
No.
Are you really?
Nope.
Nope.
We're not really doing it. You can't. You got to go and you got to let them know, hey, this is my house. Wall Street Bets, I don't care how many games you won here so far. My name is BOPE, no hacks, and I am ready to win this game. That's what you got to say. You know, and I think that's what he's saying. You can see his guy's arms crossed down there. Fuego, arms behind his back.
Classy.
In his player picture.
Classy.
Saying, you know what? This is going to be too easy.
Too easy.
What are you going to do, Wall Street Bets, about that, huh?
Hmm.
What are you going to do? That is the question. Oh, Rosh is going to find a beautiful
Monster truck.
Monster truck madness.
I think they got 2 of them as well. Definitely a vehicle that I look to pick up on Miramar. Just makes driving a little easier. Some big, chunky tires. Plus the sound. This has to be the best sounding vehicle in the game. I know there's a lot of other vehicles that sound good, but I'm a truck guy.
I don't know, dude. The moped, the Vespa, it's pretty hard to
truck
beat.
Guy. I like me a good truck, man, with some smokestacks, you know, out the back, just, you know, pumping out that smoke when I hit that, you know, that
rolling
floor.
coal.
Yeah, man. I'm just diesel engine. That's me all day, man.
Love to hear it, Dave.
The chunkier the tires, the more smoke out the exhaust, the better, you know?
That's right. The more smoke out the exhaust, the thicker the mustache.
There you go. Well,
There you go. Well,
with YKG sitting out this game, it's a good opportunity for NHyper to further their gap in that first place position here in the PMPL NA 2023 lobby. Because remember, every week we swap it up, right? Where you get the bonus points, and then the bonus points add up, and then the bonus points come into play for the finals. So I really truly feel like this bonus point system is gonna be clutch, right? For these teams who performed well all 3 weeks, because they're gonna have a really nice cushion come finals time. So if you want to finish number 1, it makes sense to try to get as many bonus points as possible during the 3 weeks.
hey, you know what? I think even Joey is feeling that because he just admitted in the chat that, yeah, it's been a rough couple days, and it's about that time. They got a chicken dinner in that last one. So, you know, they're going to be feeling good going into tomorrow's games. Because tomorrow's where it counts, Dave, right? To see who's going to get all those bonus points. Rin goes down. Rin is knocked, Dave.
Yeah. Newsflash, real quick. We got 2 more days. Chooks.
That is true. That is
Newsflash.
true. But you know what? I think tomorrow, if you're YKG, you're already behind on NHyper, like a good 20 points. So if you're YKG and you want to catch up to them and get a chance
it
at
has to be
those,
tomorrow.
you have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Because you're not going to make up that many points in one day. So without a doubt, getting back into the action, we've seen Remix be able to pop off in the past before. Oh, looks like we're going to be getting a point over there on Dose from Skills of Mine, just kind of stuck out there in the open behind the vehicle. As MEZEXIS are going to be taking up the hilltops. Ooh, trying to go for some tire pops too. What do you think about the positioning of MEZEXIS this early on, taking up this high ground?
It's good.
Stage
It's
1.
Good. It's good. What I want to see more of, Dave, is I want to see more teams camp vehicle rotations. It doesn't happen in North America enough. Okay, we see it at the highest level in other regions, and I saw it from Execute a few weeks ago, actually quite a few games ago, when I was watching it with Zute. They actually did a vehicle rotation and caught a couple players early on, but I don't see it enough in these other maps. It's like, hey, study where these teams drop, guess where their vehicle's going to rotate, set up a trap, and knock them out those vehicles and take that easy loot, Dave. That is, if you do that successfully, you get in the head of that team forever. I am not kidding.
Yeah, and I can really see the top half of the leaderboard. I can really see those teams truly implementing that strategy here compared to the bottom half as well, just because they have a lot more room to work with when it comes to points. So say it doesn't work out, they're still feeling really good. And the thing is with that, talking about getting into their heads, if you want to get into the heads of your opponents, why not kick them while they're down, right? So if you're one of these top teams, you camp a vehicle rotation on, say, Puppeteers or SLR all the way down there at the bottom. man, their mental is just gonna be shot right there. So we're looking at the next circle. That's where the hoe comes in, because there's about 50% of the zone that the players aren't even occupying right now, and for good reason. So this is going to be interesting. I'm trying to see who might opt to go all the way out there to the west first. I already see Puppeteers in the north and vehicles. If they could just full on send it, that might be the play. But Jukes, I mean, everybody on this east side right now, man.
True. You should see some teams like Puppeteers rotating to that hard shift side. It is a dead giveaway. With a hard shift like this, just hug it, hug the zone, go to that hard shift side, secure that high ground, and you should be good to go. But here we go. Big Nate getting hungry. Searching for MEZEXIS. Remix is beat up right now. Chronix is looking for another angle. Possibly looking into a vehicle. Get a nice little hard rotation. That's what's so great about these early fights, is there's so much real estate for you to constantly change angles. Valek is going to send it, though. And, oh, Remix. Almost had him.
Yeah.
Panthers are in big trouble. They're hurting. One nade. Trick, do you have it?
They're grouped up, too. They're grouped up. Trick is just full on sending it right now with the UMP, the jump shot. Oh! Almost slipping down the hill, but it doesn't matter because Trick getting it done right now. Hot juice. Oh, but the trade from downtown.
1v2.
Yeah,
1v2.
it should
Tronics.
be done. It should be done and dusted.
Tronics. 1v2.
Maybe?
1v2. Oh!
Yeah, okay.
That was dangerous.
Yeah,
that was
enough time to
dangerous.
pick up Tricks too right now. Perfect timing for them to try to get that collapse on the back line right there before Tricks gets confirmed. But we're getting third party, so Tricks might actually go down.
Kindness up top against Blinky. Blinky getting finished. Just like we had predicted. And Hyper down 2 players though. So that's going to hurt. Start things off. That's not the start they were looking for, that's for sure. WALLSTREETBETS still chilling over here in Pecado. You know what Pecado means, Dave, don't you?
Tell me.
That means Sin City. Sin City. And I'll tell you what.
BOPE.
WALLSTREETBETS are not being forgiving at all of Fuego. They want this elimination.
Yeah, now in the blue, it looks like Fuego has the Scar / Win 94 combo. But I do believe
the win.
WALLSTREETBETS, they're satisfied. They got 3 elim points here. They're not going to waste their time, their meds, on just a solo here. They're going to be looking forward here at the zone. We've been complimenting them all evening long. Their ability to read these zones and play it quite well when it comes to getting power positions. So love to see it from them. As we're about to get this next circle here very shortly. And fortunate for the WALLSTREETBETS, they're already in that vehicle because that circle shifted even further to the west.
And that, by the way, everybody watching, that little hill all the way on the west side is unplayable. It's a big mountainside that you cannot get on top of. So that reduces, just by a little hair, how many real estate there is. But it's all open terrain in that area. It's just a big sloping hill. So there's not a lot of spots left in the zone, Dave.
Just kind of getting a little glimpse of all the off-road action right now from these teams in the south. A lot of off-road action. There's one main road, but it creates quite the choke point that most of these teams will probably want to avoid, especially with Hyper having sightlines over that road choke point on the high ground. So what is going on with the driving from MEZEXIS?
That's my question.
It's a lot of questions. A lot of us questioning that. But you know what? It seems to be working for the time being. As the duo from MEZEXIS is going to be rolling up right behind the Golden Eagles and Skills of Mine skirmish happening right now.
Golden Eagles, trying to get to that high ground. Possibly getting some angles onto Skills of Mind. This is south of the zone, so honestly, I want to see them just commit at this point. Like, if you're Golden Eagles, you got 3 eliminations, turn up the aggression, baby. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it going here. You know that the chances of there being a top team on the edge of the zone isn't there. Try to take him out early. Wow, Dope eliminated on the way in.
Yeah, it looks like one of the players maybe accidentally jumped out a little too soon. Sent themselves back to the lobby. as MEZEXIS will be hugging the. Okay. Oh,
right.
yeah. I mean, this is the struggles of Miramar. Just the difficulty of maneuvering your vehicles. And look at this, Golden Eagles from up top. Kind of, you can tell, a little upset with last game.
There you go.
Gonna be cranking up that heat here in the kitchen just a little bit this game. Final map of the evening. 4 Elim points. High ground, right there on the edge. They know there's gonna be a team down there.
Turn it up.
They're going to wrap around them potentially here. The duo from Skills of Mine, they need to be cautious as the Golden Eagles are on the hunt.
Let's see what the options are right now. Looking at these teams, Golden Eagles do have 4 eliminations. They are holding that edge. I'd like to see them start kind of circling around and clearing it, getting those points, soaking them up, you know? Let's see where the zone goes. Is it going to center up? I'm guessing center up. Yep, dead center.
Golden Eagles and Execute might clash here, as already one of the squad mates from the Golden Eagles is knocked out in the process. Looks like Execute now going to be devoting all their resources to making sure the Golden Eagles stay at bay, as we see a lot of smokes on the battlefield right now as Golden Eagles trying to get that pickup, but Execute going to be tossing grenade after grenade to get the confirm over here.
Here we go. Big battle. Jason, is he going to decide to push this? This is a tough decision. Like, with this kind of fight, with how much real estate you have, you can get off angles. You can reposition. You can go for the fight, and if it doesn't work out, you can still disengage if you do it in the right position. So, a little bit of hesitancy right now from Execute, trying to decide what to do. They are keeping an eye on Skills of Mind all the way on the open. Yeah, now all eyes are on them. Jason, full zooming in, that 6X. Single tapping away. And down goes Skills of Mind. Tensa and Fate picking up both those points.
Yeah, real heads up play from Tensa too to get in the truck and back it up in a position that creates cover as well. So love that play, as now they have some hard cover to work with here, as it's going to give them a nice little opportunity to pull back just a little bit as they anticipate the push from the Golden Eagles. Meanwhile, Fate trying to get that wide off angle from downrange, but Beowulf might have spotted that one out. Yep, Beowulf does have intel on Fate's wide wraparound.
Full send, Fate.
Fate might be looking for some loot down there as well from Skills of Mind alongside the backside angle. Interesting play from Fate.
Yeah, trying to just find some cheeky little off angle here. That is like Execute's specialty. Spreading out, trying to find those angles, but sometimes, Dave, they spread themselves a little too thin. I think they bite off a little bit more than they can chew.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, like to your point, I feel like the obvious kind of play would just to be to toss some grenades, some mollies, and just push over the hill, you know, as a 4-man. Sometimes the obvious plays are the plays. That makes sense.
That is true. That is a very good point.
Like right there. Jason got a grenade on Baby Thing. Like, that's the moment to make the push. But with Fate, not with the team, you're going to be down a member automatically.
And now here he comes, but he's still way out of position. So, like, I think this is map knowledge right here. Because if you notice, like, some of the top squads, they get off angles in the perfect spot. Fate is kind of hunting around looking for it. But he can look all he wants, because Tensa and squad up here are doing a great job of just shredding the Eagles by themselves.
Done.
And they're gone. And they are gone. Fate really clutching up that off angle.
Maybe that off angle was the distraction play needed.
Maybe it was to catch Stranger.
Yeah. Anticipate their next move here. And looks like Casper is going to be spotting out Stranger. Going for that spray down with the UMP. Stranger is behind a tree.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe he
just
looked.
Feeding a point right there to 4 members of Execute, all pre-firing that tree. So that's a GG for the Golden Eagles here on day number 3. Is looking at the next circles, centering up somewhat once again. Puppeteers. They've been holding down this side for a hot minute now. I believe they have intel on MEZEXIS. We'll see how that one plays out, as Dong is waiting this one out, waiting for MEZEXIS to push out as their position is no longer favored in the zone. But over here, the real story, Jukes, is this mountaintop just dividing the play zone from everybody on the street on the east.
Well, who is going to win this match, Dave? That is the question. Actually,
Is that
yes,
the
it
question?
is. I believe that is the question. That is the question, Dave. So, which team is going to win the map? Dave, what
Execute.
is your prediction?
Execute. They're looking good. I like Fate's. I like Fate's off angles. You know, exploring the terrain here.
You know what? I'm not going to lie. I was going to go with the Chosen. But Cameron Davis switched to them after picking Puppeteers. So I think I am just going to go with none other.
MEZEXIS. You got to go with MEZEXIS.
Then not MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS, I do not have the faith right now. I do have the faith, though. Then execute. Why not?
All right, 2-4 execute. We'll get back to that because K19 are pushing angry amateurs right now. Both sides have at least one down. K19 with 2 down. Poppy trying to cook a grenade, trying to toss a grenade. Just a little too short, little off the mark as Poppy has an opportunity to make the push when the revive is coming on out. Poppy with one, but Poppy immediately taken down with the Tommy gun.
Super!
Confirmed.
You know what? I am officially making my pick. Angry amateurs, baby. It is their time to shine. I'm sorry. After that fight, I am a full-fledged believer. It has to be angry amateurs winning this game. No doubt about it. Nobody else stands a chance.
Who'd you have before that?
I was thinking execute. I was thinking about
Oh,
execute.
yeah, I picked execute. So
I was thinking about it, but you know
let
what?
You have it.
It is all angry amateurs right here, baby. Let's go.
If it's not in writing, it doesn't count. Love it. I love it.
Hey, I bet on them last time. I bet on them last time, Dave.
How come they don't deduct points from you though? It's okay. Well, you know, I'll send an email later. No issue there. So the
It's a half a point.
The Chosen overlooking men of 4. Men of 4, I believe, being only men of 3 right now, as the Chosen are 4 up. All of them just looking right on those compounds, just waiting for this next circle to pop, waiting for men of 4 to have to push out, waiting for some points, some would say.
Well, I'm hoping that the zone goes to angry amateurs because they're going to need it right now. This is a tough one if it goes in any direction. Let's see what
Casper?
It's going to center up. Yeah,
1v4?
center up perfectly. The Chosen
Casper
are in a great
1v4?
spot here. Casper 1v4?
1v4? Taking shots at angry amateurs. You'll
It's
love
possible.
to see it.
It's possible. He has been popping off. He had six before. Can he get more now?
Angry Amateur is going to be focusing on men of 4 down there while being shot from above from execute. Get the points while you can, I guess, Jukes, because tomorrow's never guaranteed is their motto.
Well, execute. 3 alive. Going against angry amateurs. They have the high ground. Can angry amateurs hit those shots? That is the question, Dave. Can they do it? Oh, looks like they're focusing on the wrong side of the map. They're trying to catch some points on the men of 4 here, but they really got to make sure that they're able to get into this next zone and not get third-partied. Stellar putting some nice shots onto men of 4. Casper.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Are 3 of them getting in the
Dangerous
monster truck? No, okay. 2 in the monster truck. You as in a bug. So they have vehicles to work with. I do appreciate that from angry amateurs as they make their approach uphill. Looks like 2 of them ran into each other, but it's okay because we're going to be driving right between the Chosen and Casper from Execute. Things are looking good. Things are working out.
It's not. This is dangerous. This is a dangerous rotation right there.
We're here though. We're here.
They are here.
We're here.
Skur can't get knocked. Skur survives. Ooh, that was actually a nice nade on the sup pig right there. Oh, and from the back, Skur is eating some shots. That's gotta hurt.
Dude's a tank though.
He ate those. He
Dude's
ate
a
those and
tank.
just said, spit them right out.
Give me more. Exactly.
Give me more.
Give me more. as they're in a tough predicament right now, but still alive. And that's what matters. That's what counts here. Still 4 up. Pretty much waiting to see where this next circle goes. Fortunate for them, Casper hasn't really pushed too far over this ledge, but same can't be said for the opponents across the way. The Chosen are definitely hungry right now, Hot Jukes.
Oh yeah, and Execute has great vision on this side of the map, and they don't have to worry about their backs at all. So all they gotta do now.
That's too far, surely.
Yeah,
that's too far.
He said, "How much you want? I bet I can throw a nade over the mountains." You better watch out though. Angry Amateurs is returning some fire. Casper got lit up right there. Ooh, Sub Pig has got a good angle too.
Yeah, yeah. Execute can't be too aggressive because Sub Pig is looking right at him. Both teams can kind of pump the brakes just a little bit. They both are aware that Angry Amateurs are here. So just wait, see where the next circle takes us. What if I am Casper? See, Casper's trying to pop them tires, but every single time Casper peaks, immediately the return fire from Angry Amateurs. So Angry Amateurs are doing a lot of work right now as well, just to make sure that nobody barks at them, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, if you're going to peek, we're going to take shots at you, so you better watch yourself. So I got to give it to Angry Amateurs for just having their head on the swivel right now, even though they're in a really bad spot.
Look, let's be real. Yeah, it's the Chosen's game to win. The Chosen have the lay of the land. They have the high ground. They should be able to take this if they play it correctly. Angry Amateurs, like you said, in a horrible, horrible spot. Have to pull out something magical in order to win. Execute on the other side of the map, looking down in this direction. All teams are pretty much focusing on that because it's just easy points. Like right in the middle, that is Elimination Valley, if I've ever seen it before.
Yeah, the issue is NHyper have a duo, and they're pushing Execute, and Execute might have caught whiff of this, and we saw them pull back their vehicle to make sure that is going to be safe.
Stellar's going to have vision on Angry Amateurs. Oh, Execute's full pushing! NHyper! Tensa, oh, the nade! Causing chaos. Fights are breaking out everywhere here, Dave.
Kindness, last one alive, going for the pickup, and Casper, the main headliner tonight for Execute when it comes to acquiring placement points. Always that last one alive. Oh! Peeking up, getting taken down by Dong from Puppeteer.
Ding dong.
And you know who's still alive? Angry Amateurs. Still
surviving.
Up in it. Still with 4, even though they're on fire.
Supra got knocked. That is a horrible position for them. If the Chosen has one good nade or molly, they're going to be in big trouble, but they have to go down this hill. They're wide on the open. The monster truck. Is it the play? Shots now finally coming up on top. Here comes Pan, looking to mix things up. The Chosen's in big trouble.
Chosen are just getting lit up. They're just getting lit up.
Pop of blues here.
Yep,
and
right
this is
on
stage
top
7. You cannot eat any blue. Gaji's gonna just jump right on in. He has the DBS, but Panther denies the drop down. The Chosen in dire straits here.
Oof, yeah, they're gonna start getting shot from across the way as well. They're just sitting ducks up here on the high ground.
Zone closes. It stops for now. That gives all these teams a little bit of breathing room. Nice knock from Kindness onto Faye. I mean, Puppeteers had the man advantage, but they're pushing in this one at a time, and NHyper is now going to even things up 2v2, but it's really 2v1 because Dong is the only one up here.
It's up to Dong, and we've seen Dong 1v2, 1v3 in the past. Trying to open this one up with a grenade, but also trying not to overextend and be caught off by the Chosen on the high ground here.
NHyper could still win this, even as a duo. Like with this position right now and it being so brutal, if they time it perfectly, and if that door is open, they're going to cross it. I'll tell you what, NHyper are the kings of timing. If that door opens for them and they catch it right, they're going to capitalize. The Chosen cannot get knocked up here, though. They got to stay alive. Oh, the zone's closing.
Ooh.
Oh, Kindness! NHyper's so brutal.
Meanwhile, Angry Amateurs are using this opportunity to just traverse the trenches right now and push into zone.
Well, that is the Chosen done. Kindness eliminates them. This is a duo, everybody. 6 eliminations for them. They are holding this building. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to this kind of fights, you definitely want to be on the outside of the building. Because all you got to do is just wait for them to make a mistake. Will they make it, though? You got to watch out for Dong as well. Do not give up on Puppeteers. Oh, this is brutal. I think they're going to wait. I think that everybody is so scared of this duo that they're going to let the blue zone do the work for them. They're not even going to push it. And I can't blame them. That is way too risky. Look at Fang.
Pushing back just a little bit. Yeah, Fang going to be overlooking this. Ooh, QZZ did get a heal off and an additional smoke. Going to be pushing into the zone very slowly.
Oh, this is anyone's game.
They're
Anyone's
still
gonna win
healthy
this.
too. They are still healthy.
Anyone can win this. They know the smokes are coming.
Fang is useless right now, honestly.
Dong got real hit hard. Yeah, Fang is just jumping to the smoke saying, "Hey, Dong, you okay?"
Yeah, you got this, Dong. Fang is useless down there in the smokes. That's going to give Hyper an opportunity to push down. Dong did get a heal off, though, but Fang took out PANTHERS. Dong with the Groza in the front line. Dong pulling out one right now and taking down Hyper.
Oh, but that was also Shaksa up top, and now it's all up to Skur. Angry Amateur Skur. Can you do a 2v1? Or are you going to allow Puppeteers to win? You got to hit that shot. He got one.
1v1.
Skur versus Dong.
Dong with the grenade. Knows where Skur is. Intel is flowing. Grenade gets
It got him!
Dong!
Puppeteers!
Chicken dinner.
What a win at the end. That was absolute insanity. An explosive Dong grenade all the way from downtown. Man, never stood a chance.
With the Groza as well. When we talk about just highlight players, standout players from teams, Dong has been that player for Puppeteers without a doubt. Now, I got to give it to Fang. I know we were kind of giving him some slack back there in the back line in the smoke, but one important role that Fang was providing to Dong was the intel, the information, because even though Fang was knocked, Fang knew exactly where Skur was, and that allowed Dong to toss the perfect grenade to get the win, Hot Jukes.
I was looking at that round report, and all I could see was Dong. That is insane, dude. What a performance, guys. That's it for us. We're going to go ahead and take it on over to our desk to wrap things up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Dong, being able to come out on top on that one. But before we even get into all of that, shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. I didn't think Puppeteer was going to win any of that, to be completely honest with you, Cam. Especially once I saw the eliminations, I was like, okay, they should be getting out. But Dong was like, no. I have other plans.
Yeah, that was I mean, we've had wild games every single game today. And this one centering up on that really high ridge. I mean, you saw that most of the teams got eliminated just trying to get up there. Yeah. And how that was basically the name of the game, and survival was like the best thing. The fact that Hyper were able to make it that far at all is a shock, considering they got brought down to a duo when they tried to traverse up that area at some point. But like, that was holding that top was, I will say, not as successful for some of the teams as I expected. I expected the Chosen to do a lot better. They still got 8 elimination points. They still got 4th place. So it's still a very, very good round. But the terrain on Miramar can be very, very fickle. And teams like Angry Amateurs were able to just slop themselves in there where they couldn't get eliminated and were able to forced themselves into a second place.
They really did. And I mean, Puppeteer, 10 eliminations out of them, 20 points. This is going to be massive for that team because if I remember right, they were like in 15th place, 16th place before this match. So Puppeteers, good job. By the way, Dom, an absolute slayer on that last match, getting 6 out of the 10 eliminations. And then you were talking about the Chosen. The Chosen, your actual pick. We thought they were going to be able to do that. They're at least able to come out with 8 eliminations, 12-point totals, which is quite impressive. And then Hyper getting those placement points too, 11 points for them total.
Yeah. Like, this was what an exciting game to finish off the day, because teams like Angry Amateurs and Puppeteer, and I mean, even in some small part, I guess the Chosen, like, had a really, really good round to finish themselves off. And so even with the sort of storyline of YKG coming back in their final game, you know, hopefully going into the last 2 days of the week, we can start to see these teams really settle themselves into a solid push towards the top of that mid pack.
Yeah, you can see BOPE Esports there, Skills of Mine. The Panthers, I might have to start jumping off that train, all right? The Panthers at one point, we were a bullet train, then we went to a little steamer, and then it just became Thomas the Train, and then I'm hopping off, all right, Panthers, until you guys show me something different. But with the performances that we have seen, and you mentioned it, YKG did have a great last match. Not this last match, their actual last match in Erangel. But Hyper was still able to collect some points. So I want to see what the gap is going to be like on the overalls, because some of the other teams have been able to be at least a little bit consistent. And one of them I'm going to be looking at too. But oh my gosh, Hyper, that is absolutely disgusting.
It's not okay. It was more. It was a lot more before the final 2 games, before before YKG and Hyper played their individual final games of the day. I believe we checked it halfway through and it's like a 40-point lead. Now it's down to 35. Okay, right, progress, right? We're good on that. And Execute also being able to keep up. So I'm not really too worried just yet. But we're not actually seeing another gap after first place until 4th. The gap from WALLSTREETBETS down to the Chosen, where it dips down 22 points once again. So WALLSTREETBETS, with not just their 2 wins, but also good performances outside of that. Even, I mean, I guess the last round as well. Not really, but I'm mostly referring to their top placement on Erangel, even without the win. They're putting themselves up there, and if they start off with a good game tomorrow, we can start to have a conversation of, if not a 4-way race for the top, at least a 3-way race for second place.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that. But the way Golden Eagles, the team that you called out at the beginning of the day, if I'm not mistaken, that team was in 18th place. Great push out of them to finish the day here in 13. And I'm hoping it's not just today, right? We want to see a little bit of consistency, Cam. I want to see Golden Eagles again tomorrow, and I want them to show up big.
Yeah. It was off the backs of one particularly good game, so I don't want to read too much into it. Consistency is an incredibly important thing here, which is, you know, why Hyper are doing so good, because they're so consistent. But, I mean, continuing down that road of consistency, Super Lazy Reflex still in 18th place. There were a couple of rounds that they looked good, like a few separate times, but it needs to be a long-term adjustment for that team. And then BOPE, K19, even heavier for them on that aspect.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. All we know is that Hyper, I mean, that train is just full speed ahead. Nobody's stopping them. They started off the day with 21-point lead. Well, guess what? Now that's a healthy 36-point lead. I'm not sure who's going to be MVP, by the way. I have zero clue, because there was some teams that had definitely stepped it up. Maybe somebody from WALLSTREETBETS, and I'm just taking a wild guess here, because WALLSTREETBETS did have a great day.
Yeah, could be D.
Ooh.
Could be D.
Okay.
Maybe it's just recency bias, but I'm thinking Dong as well. But that was mostly just on that Miramar.
Yeah, it was just one match. It wasn't the whole day from Dong, so we'll have to wait and see. Who is it going to be? QZZ.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, yeah, there was... Oh, I forget which match it was, but there was one that he got 6 eliminations himself. Sanhok? Sanhok? Okay, I am also hearing that Dong is, in fact, 2nd place on the MVP calculation, and D is 3rd. So Dong doing good the entire day.
He was, but I mean, QZZ, I feel like, yeah, QZZ definitely, like, throughout the whole day. I feel like Dong's performance mostly came in that last match when he was able to get those 6 eliminations. He does end the day. By the way, this is Dong stats. 13 eliminations, averaging about a 3.25 elim. That is great from the Puppeteers. I mean, if he can continue to perform like this, I hope that some of the other players too, and this is talking about the Puppeteers, I hope they start stepping it up as well, because we have seen how much of a slayers they can be It just comes down to those placement points. But I mean, with this chicken dinner, maybe things might start turning a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, you see oftentimes how the mental effects of one win can do for a team. Because even if you're like constantly in the mix, whether it's the middle of the pack or even facing off against the upper end of the pack, but you don't have a single win, that's always going to be something in the back of your mind that you're just unable to close it out. But if you get just that one round win, you close it out, you finish it, not just like performing well, but always like, you know, once you're finally the bride, not just the bridesmaid, it can release so much pressure and tension that you might not even know that you had, and you can just go off and have that freedom of execution and be able to go and frag out. No, I'm not saying Puppeteer should go and get those 4 eliminations early on and get themselves back into the lobby early. Like, let's not go that far again, right? Like, we want to make sure that things are tempered.
The message,
but it could. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a brand new Puppeteers come in tomorrow.
I'm thinking the message finally got to their coach from what we said earlier in the day. Stop them from fighting. No fighting until the end, boys. That's when you guys actually need to get those eliminations. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, let us know what surprised you today. How are your predictions? All right, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA. I asked YouTube, we didn't do so well. Some people were guessing lights out, which hasn't been a team in NA for a very long time, but GG's, it's a great OG call. And make sure while you're at it, try to get into the Instagram giveaway. 600 UC. I'm really debating. All right, Cam? I need a yes or no. I'm really debating. Should I go leave a comment on that one?
No. I mean, leave a comment, but no, don't enter. Like that's nah.
I'll be like,
no, because if you win,
if I win, I'll double it.
No, but if you win, you're gonna somehow, like, everyone's gonna call you out for conflict of interest and how you had like an insider on the inside. It's just not worth the stress, Evan. I promise.
I was trying
you can
to
afford
think...
600 UC. You can afford 600 UC. I promise you.
I was trying to do like a mini Mr. Beast. All right, I was trying to like double the 600 UC, so somebody would get 1200 UC. But yeah, that's for another time. Now let's see how we did in the predictions today. I feel like we got 2 points, right? Did I get 2 points? I got 1 point. Jukes!
They gave him the 0.5.
He got his 0.5 points, but he gets deducted because he was guessing teams a little bit too late. So I think that's fair.
I think that's fair. I do think that's fair. Circle 6, it was almost phase 6, and he put in his prediction.
It was like 1 minute from the circles to actually showing. By the way, Mustache Dave, 2 points. Great stuff. It wasn't the 5 out of 5 that I expected, but positive advice to Mustache Dave. That 10% is going to be a little bit higher tomorrow when we actually end up showing you guys. Nonetheless, I need to step it up. I need to go back thinking that
I was going to say, I feel like you had a blinder on what that number on the far left side of the screen was, trying to focus on Dave there at the end, getting everyone's eyeballs to go to the right instead of the left side.
I see it. See, what I thought was going to happen is I was going to start at 1, you're at 2, Hajish at 3, and in my mind I had Mustache Dave at 4, but not today. I think maybe tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that. If not, who knows? Maybe I'll end up with some 0.5 points as well if I end up picking late. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys mark on your calendars. We'll be back tomorrow and Sunday as well for the final days of week 2, and then on top of that, week 3 and the finals. Got plenty of time, lots of action. Cam, anything you want to say before we end the show?
And hyper bullet train, full speed ahead.
Yes.
If you're not on, you can't. It's too fast. You literally cannot hop on. Sorry, if you're not a fan of them, we refuse to let anyone get on. It's not happening.
Yeah, you should have been on that train a long time ago.
Also, you should have been on a long time ago. I don't know what you needed to see to actually get on that train. You 2 wins in a row to start this entire event off, and you weren't on board. Then you deserve to get left behind in the dust.
Exactly. Yeah, we've been on it since the first 2 wins. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. This is coming to an end here. Week 2, day 3. We'll see you guys tomorrow, though. Once again, my name is Descent Worlds Gaming, alongside Cameron Davis, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave Casting. Thanks for watching, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.